Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Good job, congratulations, you get a prize. And so do you and new Maddie. First comment of the day over on Twitch there. Good job there, pal. Now I'm here before the show before the show, the prolegomena. Just want to let everybody know, CanaryCry.Party. It's a real URL. Go to it. It's a great time. You can find all the links to become a producer of the show, to join the newsletter, find all of our streaming locations and our backup archive locations. You can find all sorts of fun stuff over there at CanaryCry.Party. Go sign up for the newsletter if you want all of our sources sent directly to your email box every single week. And today, you know, it's that time of year, folks. Once again, we have no associate executive or executive producers for the show today, so we're running a little light on the production budget, but that's okay. We're gonna still stay strong and keep the show going for you. But if anybody has been considering becoming a producer, especially an associate executive or an executive producer, today is your day. You can be the Christmas hero that we all have been waiting for. All right. Other than that, folks, stay hydrated, buckle your seatbelts. We're gonna get the show started.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is December 13th, 2021. This is episode 422. And today, Synthetic Gospel. And razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And before we get into anything, welcome back to another episode. I have a personal heating pad on me right now, a new member of the family. He goes by the name Cody. It's K-O-D-Y. He's a terrier mix, and he is here.
Yes, we've got a live animal in the studio. Call animal control. He's gone crazy. Oh, he's cute, though. He looks like an old man.
He's less than a year old.
Tired man.
He's less than a year old. He was, when the wife said, oh, we're going to temporarily have this dog over, I thought, hey, we have a dog added to the family, because temporary means for the next 15 to 20 years.
Yeah, everything is technically temporary. All dogs are technically temporary, except for in our hearts.
Yeah.
All right, Cody. Well, so far he's not made too much of a ruckus, which we appreciate. I did hear one little yelp in the pre-show, but you know what? Every dog gets one. You get one, Cody.
Yeah, all the what are your kitties' names?
Monty.
Yeah, which one though?
What do you mean?
Which one's the one that's going to be deployed to come get Cody?
Oh, yes. Monty 33 apparently is out on the loose and is hunting down everything we love. Monty 2 is out right outside the office door here attacking a paper bag. So, you know, we might get some paper bag sound effects coming through. But it just adds to the Canary Cry multiverse, the audio experience.
Yes, yeah, he'll get a whole earful, brain filled with truth.
Yeah,
listening to us talk here about all the
speaking of
things.
which, we can start with a quick programming note. I was considering adding live to tape in the intro of the show. You know, as you're listening to Canary Cry News Talk, we are live to tape on December 13th, 2021.
Tape,
Just so everybody knows that that's how we roll, you know. sometimes the show can seem a little chaotic or unscripted, and that is because it is. It's live to tape.
Yeah.
So if we can get an approval from the producers, I will add that to the spiel.
There's definitely two schools of thought when it comes to video content and podcasting in general, but there's the record stuff, go live, put it all out there, risk saying something that will get you canceled, or in our case, I don't know, we just get in trouble with people, our producers, or something like that. Or, script everything as much as possible, edit it down.
Post-production.
A lot of post-production. And they both have their role, I guess, in
both
in
very
sort of
valuable.
Yeah.
And we've done it both ways.
Yeah, absolutely. But the live, I kind of like the live just because of the spontaneity, the lightheartedness at times, but also, a little more risky in terms of words or phrases that might come out.
Yes, we've both occasionally put our foots in our mouths, but it's all part of the fun.
Tends to happen, yeah.
Okay, well, let's get into the show. Yes?
Yeah, let's start by calling upon our Prayducers.
Prayducers, assemble!
And that's because of the horrible news. This is NBCnews.com. Quad state tornado crossed 4 states in 4 hours. A rare December tornado, and one of the deadly tornadoes that erupted under the cloak of darkness overnight Friday into the early hours of Saturday, leaving at least 70 dead, may have set the record for the longest continuous tornado in American history. The devastating outbreak, which included more than 30 tornado reports across 6 states, stretched across the Mississippi Valley, Southeast, and Midwest, is also an extremely rare event this late into the year. One tornado, being called the Quad State Tornado, ripped across 4 states in 4 hours: Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and Kentucky, slamming communities such as Monet, is that Monet or Monette? Arkansas and Mayfield, Kentucky, which were 2 of the hardest hit towns. And I don't know if you've looked at any of the footage and pictures coming out, but man, this is, talk about a great reset. It's the devastation. And this happens, I guess, every year. Every year tornadoes happen, but there are certainly, the more inquiring minds seem to be questioning the technology behind the tornado, or just
there's a couple of things that stand out. Mm-hmm. Number one was that I believe, I could be wrong, but from what I didn't do any deep dives into what was going on, but I'm just going to shoot from the hip here, and I can be corrected about all of this. But my understanding was, first of all, it's a little strange for tornadoes to happen this time of year.
Yeah.
I don't think December is the normal tornado season.
Yeah.
Also, this was from the reports that I was listening to. It sounded like it wasn't just one tornado. One report was saying how it was something like 90 tornadoes at a time, not all of them huge and monstrous or whatever, but It was like a whole tornado storm type of situation in the middle of the night, which I thought was odd. Again, I'm no tornado scientist, but I'm unaware if that is a regular occurrence. And what else was there? There's something else that was really weird to me that stuck out. So, of course, as we consider the possibilities of it's the world, the establishment, politicians, activists are all crying climate disaster. This is all because of climate change.
Very conveniently.
Like a light switch flipped and suddenly climate change causes tornadoes in this manner. But, if you kind of look into all the weird stuff that we've been looking into for a decade, we know that weather modification is a thing, not just in the public forms like cloud seeding and stuff like that, but you've also got HAARP. And you've got ionization, atmospheric ionization cannons. You've got all sorts of really crazy stuff that has been reported by more or less reputable sources that the power to influence the weather is very real and could be used. Of course, when it's reported on by those who are reputable, it's talked about how they can destabilize other nations and turn the battlefield and influence foreign relations with weather. And then you just have weird stuff happening, like 90 tornadoes popping up in one night in December, which is just weird, man.
Yeah.
Geoengineering.
And the Prayducers were called to pray for, the families and friends of the lost lives, but also just these communities being completely demolished. It's a great
horrible.
opportunity to rebuild.
It happens so fast too. An entire town is just leveled in one night from something like this. And of course, the partisan bots on Twitter and everything immediately came out and started slamming Rand Paul for,
Rand Paul caused the tornadoes.
Calling for a state of emergency and wanting to get federal assistance. And like, oh, now Rand Paul wants federal assistance.
Gosh.
Yeah, he does, because some horrible tragedy happened, and you are a monster for trying to politicize this.
Yeah, well, not surprising whatsoever. But yeah, it's a great play, the climate change thing, because you can play on natural disasters that are actually natural or influenced either directly or indirectly by the technology that we have, and you can just call it all climate change, and we must make political decisions that affects everybody's lives because of this. So not surprising, but very sad to see just all the destruction.
Yeah, very sad. So yes, we're calling upon the Prayducers to pray for all of the listeners and producers of the show who may have been affected, or families may have been affected, or businesses may have been affected, or whatever. Yeah. Because you hate to see it, and you know what? The Prayducers are ready to jump into action at any moment.
Yeah, and one of the people being touted as a great leader in rebuilding as part of, I guess, at least one faction of the Build Back Better. Not directly, because he rejected Biden's infrastructure bill. But we're talking about Elon Musk.
The danger of AI is much greater than the danger of nuclear warheads by a lot.
Yeah, Mr. AI is a very scary guy. Is the Time Magazine 2021 Person of the Year, according to MSN.com. Report, relaying CBS News here. And it just says here, Time Magazine named Tesla CEO and SpaceX founder Elon Musk as its 2021 Person of the Year on Monday. Times editor-in-chief Edward Felsenthal explained the decision to pick the richest man on Earth, saying he was emblematic of 2021 and the year's most influential person. And Basil, you sent me a little text with the actual image of the cover.
Yes. Yeah, just to show a timeline of when they took this picture, it's got Elon with his Kim Jong-un hair. This was obviously after his breakup with Grimes, and as he moved into his new edgy dictator phase.
Yeah, that is so weird. That I don't know. It's subtle but very distinct in his change.
You can see the lighting technique that they used here. You could tell the photographer was like not crazy about the hair. So they lit up the front of his face really nice, and the sides of his head are completely dark. Like you can't even see what's going on. But we know what it looks like in the darkness, Elon. I thought this was fascinating. That Time would give him Person of the Year. Time Person of the Year, of course, some people care, some people don't. Most people, it's just something in the background. But it's a very powerful status symbol, number one. I mean, just keep in mind, if they're going to give it to a billionaire, they didn't give it to Bezos. They didn't give it to any of the, I don't know, maybe they gave it to Bezos in the past. But considering that, of course, Time as an establishment media property tends to hold the line very strongly for the establishment liberal mindset. And with all of Elon Musk's sort of flubs with the liberal community, I'm surprised that they did this. It's kind of a weird anti-establishment type of choice, unless there's an agenda in the background of some kind.
Yeah, either they love to. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Doggy emergency, cord stuck under tail.
Oh,
okay,
jeez.
Rearrange.
You're doing it with the dog in your lap, huh?
Well, he's a terrier mix. He's small. He's 20 pounds.
Just want to keep him close.
Well, he can get down. You want to get down?
Is he nervous? Is he a nervous dog?
He's nervous that he's live for the first time.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're all nervous the first 100 episodes of being live.
One of the things that I noticed about... Okay, sorry, put him down. Okay, one of the things I noticed about this whole Elon thing, you don't think it's like there's nothing too significant about this, but there are some people, I'm not one of them, but there are some people who believe that Elon Musk is being groomed as an Antichrist type of figure. Whether he be, prophetically, scripturally, is another question, and people can debate that amongst themselves. But a couple things that are interesting to me, with at least setting this guy up as one of the individuals to lead us through the 21st century with all the technology and everything else. There is something to be said. If you go to Luke 4, it's Jesus' temptation out in the wilderness. And in verse 5, it says, "The devil led him up to a high place and showed him in an instant all the kingdoms of the world. And he said, quote, I will give you authority over all these kingdoms and all their glory, for it has been relinquished to me, and I can give it to anyone I wish. So if you worship me, it will be all yours. But Jesus answered, it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only." So, the common takeaway from this passage is that Satan, the devil, offers the kingdoms of the world as part of if you worship me, as part of its exchange there with the individuals of power or influence. And so if he offered it to Jesus, the assumption is that Satan does the same thing with people of power in this world today. And if we talk about full scale or full spectrum dominance, do you know the phrase full spectrum dominance, right? It's, at least according to Wiki here, is a military entity's achievement of control over all dimensions of the battle space, effectively possessing an overwhelming diversity of resources in such areas as terrestrial, aerial, maritime, subterranean, extraterrestrial, psychological, and bio or cyber technological warfare. Okay, Wikipedia.
We've talked about it recently in the context of AI and drone warfare.
Yes. And there's also the book written by F. William Engdahl, Full Spectrum Dominance, Totalitarian Democracy in the New World Order, that was published at least on Amazon here back in 2009. And it was one of the first books that talked about these topics. But going back to Elon here, if we really sit down and think about what this guy does, okay, in the outer space, quote unquote, communication, you have... Well, outer space, he has SpaceX, right? And then outer space communication, he has Starlink, connecting all of the world's communication. Under the ground, below our feet, he has the Boring Company, which I believe is a great misdirection. It's the Boring Company, nothing going on. It's all boring.
It's clever. It's a very clever
But
name.
he's hiding the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, and all of the interesting creatures therein. You have your brain or your mind with Neuralink. You have, obviously, transportation and energy and fuel with Tesla and Solar City is part of that. The economy is part of the team that started PayPal. And obviously tech and AI. He helped start OpenAI.
And his influence over things like Dogecoin and cryptocurrency.
Which is part of the economic engine. So he has... full spectrum dominance.
He's got some full spectrum dominance.
Like he is being like every company he has covers a base of that that list of areas that are listed as being part of the full spectrum. So I don't know, man. Whether it be prophetically fulfilled or not, they're definitely grooming this guy. Oh, whoa! I just got a public safety alert on my phone. Evacuation warning.
Oh, is it tornadoes in Southern California?
I don't know. Let me get some more info.
Then we're really going to call foul on HARP.
If we're getting tornado warnings in December in Orange County, California.
Is it raining over there?
It is gloomy
raining, right?
today. It is a dark, gloomy day. So I don't know. I can't get any more info.
Flash flood or something.
All right, iPhone, public safety alert. And it says evacuate voluntarily if you're in these areas, but it doesn't give you more info.
Oh, they just contact traced an unvaccinated person. Oh, is what it was.
Is that what happened? Okay, well,
they
found me out.
Evacuate the whole city. Thanks, Newsom.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. And then Revelation 13 about the beast. Who can make war with the beast? He's got some kind of power over the world. So I don't know. Just roll. I'm legitimately surprised that they did not put Biden as the man. They could have been an opportunity for them, especially with everything we've heard recently, could have been an opportunity for them to put him on the cover and say the man who ended the pandemic, or the man who got us the vaccines, or the man who, has the most, best economic recovery in 40 years, which is the line that they're trying to push right now, which is bull hockey. All sorts of this kind of stuff. Obama got it. Biden didn't get it. I think they're saving Biden for maybe like two or 3 years from now,
when
is the first cybernetic president stuck through the
first head in a jar president.
Yeah, first one to transition to the cloud.
Yeah.
Speaking of Biden,
got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
He was on with Jimmy Fallon. I forgot about Jimmy Fallon.
Yes.
I forgot he existed. But there's some clips from Lucky. Why? Mm-hmm. There's some clips from the interview.
Life is just so much nicer when you forget Jimmy Fallon exists.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that makes you cringe, using the pandemic to promote Jimmy's own stuff here.
The COVID problem, I don't know what else to do and how to tell people to get the vaccine. At this point, I think people are going to do what they will, I guess. I don't know what to say, but is it the youth that we have to just hope that the kids get us out of this? Because, I got vaxxed, I got boosted, I got whatever you want. If you want me to wear red pants, I'll wear red pants. I want this thing to go away.
Isn't that so perfect?
Go ahead, sorry.
Isn't that so perfect of Jimmy Fallon to say, I will do anything you want me to do. I'll wear red pants. Just tell me what to do and I will do it, fearless leader.
Yeah, no, I know that it is. He is modeling.
Perfect model of the mind-controlled citizen.
Yeah, exactly.
I will ask no questions and I will sing a song about it.
Yeah, well, let's hear the president's response here.
Well, I think what I'd do is have more people listen to your song.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, see that.
By the way, I didn't edit that. There was definitely an edit in the Jimmy Fallon editing room.
I didn't catch it.
He says, "Listen to your song," and then quick edit. You can hear the audio cut in the listening, and then it cuts to Jimmy Fallon getting really excited about it. So here, listen to it again. Here, he answered the question.
To go away.
Well, I think what I'd do is have more people listen to your song.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, see that.
I think that'll get them moving.
I gotta tell you. So I had this song come out. It was a Masked Christmas this week with Ariana Grande and Megan Thee Stallion. And thank you.
Shameless.
Yeah.
Completely shameless. Masked Christmas with Ariana
you watched
Grande.
The video? Have you watched the video or heard the song?
I have not.
It's really not even good.
Well,
it's a very boring song.
Okay.
Which, you could say this. You could say a lot of things about his stupid songs and these types of guys doing their propaganda pieces. But usually they're pretty catchy. You got the mind control engineers at work there. This one was just not a good song.
Well, I'm not surprised. The talent pool of the mainstream has been declining for years. I'm not leaving them to their own devices.
Megan Thee Stallion, Gonz? You questioning Megan Thee Stallion?
Sure.
I'm trying to think of one thing that she's done, and I don't know.
You know about Ariana Grande, though.
Yeah. Well, see, that was the worst part about the song. That Ariana Grande played an entirely minor part in the song. She was basically just backup vocals for the entire song, and Jimmy was the one singing. Like, you've got an incredibly famous Grammy winner, Ariana Grande, and you put her on backups?
It's some contractual thing. She's got to do it. She probably sent him some B-roll from some old track from 2 or 3 years ago, and
Anyways, keep going.
Right. This is Jimmy Fallon and Biden talking boosters and how they're patriotic.
The message is very important. Get your booster.
Well, it is. It's really important, Jimmy. Look, all the data. Look, we're so far ahead of the rest of the world in terms of the science and technology to produce the vaccines, and now we found out that if you have your 2 shots from Moderna or from Pfizer or the 1 shot from J&J, what happens is this booster shot not only brings the levels back up of immunity, to deal with the fighting off the virus, any of the viruses, but it brings it up exponentially. And so if you want to be sure you're going to be okay, and the other good news, Jimmy, is that we now have 5, 6, and 7-year-olds are able to be vaccinated, as well as teenagers. And so we're moving. Yep. We're moving. Now, I don't know the politicization of this, making it become a political statement if you get the shot and somehow, I don't know what the hell. Anyway.
But
here's the deal, Jimmy. It's the bottom line is that the way to avoid this virus is to get 2 shots and then get the booster shot. And this stuff about Biden's mandating these things happening and is un-American. Look at it this way: it's patriotic to get this done, not a joke. Yeah. It's patriotic to get it done.
Yeah.
Pause it for a second.
Yeah.
I love that. Some people saying that it's wrong and his mandates. Look at it this way. It's patriotic. He's literally trying to create the doublespeak live on the air.
It's
like, no. My authoritarian dictator-like mandates to take control of your body and take away your bodily autonomy and your ability to choose what medical treatments you and your children receive. Some people think that that's out of line, but just change the way you think about it. Consider it patriotic, you dang Republicans.
Yeah, it's bad. And then my question is, that part where he was about to say something and then he stopped himself and then you can hear the laugh track? I guess it's the studio. Do you think that was scripted? Because they edited it or played it off like it was almost like it was scripted. Like, oh yeah, he's going to do one of his things where he's about to go into some rants, but no, he's going to stop himself. It was very strange.
It felt natural to me. That's sort of just what he does all the time.
I know he does it all the time,
to me.
But it felt like it was like part of the script almost. I don't know. Maybe it was the post edit. Here's a little bit more Biden talking about, because one of the topics Jimmy Fallon brings up is how low his popularity is, approval rating. And he responded to that.
And look, people are afraid. People are worried. And people are getting so much inaccurate information to them. I don't mean about me, but I mean about their situation. And so they're they're being told that, Armageddon's on the way.
Yeah.
The truth is, the economy has grown more than it has any time in close to 60 years. The unemployment rate's down to 4.2%. It's going to go lower, in my view.
That's right.
We do have inflation on things that, in fact, matter to people's lives. When you show up at a gas station and it's $3.50 at your pump, although now because I took 50 million barrels out of the they call the oil petroleum reserve. The gasoline is down below $3 in many places. It's going to come down. It's going to move. But in the meantime, people are worried, and they're worried about whether or not, they have a brother, sister, uncle, aunt who has gotten COVID, and they don't know what to do about it. I mean, so there's a lot of anxiety, and my job is to be straightforward, shoot from the shoulder, let people know exactly what the truth is, and lay out how I'm going to try to make life better for them.
Just let him know just what the truth is. That's hilarious.
The truth.
That's really funny.
He's going to make our lives better.
By the way, with his stumbling explanation of his petroleum reserve release, his 50 million barrels that he released from the petroleum reserve is 3 days worth of oil for the country. And he was
bragging that price down for 3 days.
He was bragging about the price of oil and how it's fallen. And they showed this graph, and it was a manipulated graph because it was the average decrease in gas prices since he did his brilliant move of depleting our oil reserves was it brought down the average 2 cents across the country. So it's kind of like, okay, you didn't really solve any of our problems. In fact, you just released our petroleum reserves, which are, for like wartime and like in the time, like for the purpose of keeping the country going if there's like some sort of catastrophe. But you just kind of released 3 days worth of oil just to say you did something, and it brought down the price for 2 cents. So
hey, you know what they say, save a penny. Anyway.
Hey, what you know the thing.
My favorite part about this,
Armageddon's on the way.
He's telling us what's going to happen. That's going in the arsenal of ISOs from Biden.
Armageddon's on the way.
And then this is the last one. 21 seconds. I just thought this is how he ends the interview, and just the linguistic, ballet that takes place, a propagandistic, linguistic presentation.
But look, I have enormous confidence. You're going to think I'm going to realize what a naive guy I am. But I really have faith at the end of the day, the American people are going to get it. They understand. Given half a shot, they've never, ever, 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 ever let the country down. We just got to give them a shot.
Wow, that's some fun NLP,
super
neuro-linguistic programming.
Just got to give him a shot.
You just got to give him a shot. Oh, you mean like a chance? No, you got to give him a vaccine.
The American people are going to get it. Mm-hmm. They're going to understand. What do you mean, get what? No, they're going to understand.
You give them a shot, and they'll understand.
Give them a shot, they'll understand. Yeah. It's just a weird linguistic play.
It's also fits right in what he said before that with the... some people think I'm, what did he say? Did he say ignorant? What did he say? He said,
I don't remember.
Can you roll it back?
I can roll it back here. Let me try to find it here.
I want to know what he said again.
Let's see.
It fits into sort of a meta narrative that's been coming out of the administration.
Here's the deal, Jimmy. It's the bottom line is that the way to avoid this virus is to get 2 shots and then get exponentially. And so if you want to be sure you're going to be okay, and the other good news, Jimmy, is that we now have vaccinated as well. And so we're moving. Through here. We're moving. Now, I don't know the politicization of this, making it become a political.
I don't know. This is the actual political, what is it called? Yeah, the patriotic booster. Clips. So
okay, just let it roll through.
Here we go. Yeah, there it is. It's towards the end here.
Shots and then get the booster shot. And this stuff about Biden's mandating these things happening and is un-American. Look at it this way: it's patriotic to get this done, not a joke. Yeah, it's patriotic to get it done.
Yeah.
Wasn't that it?
No.
Oh.
There's just whatever was at the beginning of the most recent clip you played.
It was at the beginning of the most recent one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Or whatever,
But look,
But it's okay.
I haven't.
All right, whatever. I don't have to find it.
Was that the most recent one?
This is the most recent one I'll play right now. You want me to play it?
Sure.
But look, I have enormous confidence. You're going to think I'm going to realize what a naive guy I am.
That's the one.
Yeah,
You're going to
right there.
realize. Yeah, that's the one. You're going to realize just what a naive guy I am. And then he goes into how much he believes in the American people, And this I've seen over and over recently. I almost put together a whole segment on it for this show. But this is just a nice way for me to add it without having to read a bunch of articles. But it's over and over and over. What we're seeing is blaming of the people, blaming of the voters, not even just Republicans or the unvaxxed or whatever, but blaming American citizens for not realizing how great Biden is. There's an Intercept article that I tweeted out about how, Biden keeps saying it's the best economy ever, but the people just don't believe it, man. Like these dang voters, they just need to realize that Biden's the best. They're just ignorant of the facts. They've got more money than ever. And that's kind of the same thing we're seeing here, which is like, oh, I might be naive, but I believe in the American people. Why would we think you're naive for believing in the people? That shouldn't be a naive thing. Like it reveals, it's a small tear in the veil that shows that he thinks it's naive to believe in people, to believe in the American people. He and his administration and elite lizard people all over the world thinks it's naive to believe in the public, that they will make the right choice for their own life. And so, I think it was just very revealing. No, we don't think you're naive. In fact, we would prefer if you would just take a step back and let us live our own lives and make our own medical decisions. You're not naive for thinking we can make our own decisions. That's, just called common decency and respect. So, anywho, that's all I got about that.
Keep yapping, man. This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Yeah, Dental Bean makes a good point. It's naive to believe in Biden. It's naive to believe that our government will fix this for us. That's what's naive.
He's told us, though, what will take place.
Armageddon's on the way.
Yeah.
You ready for Armageddon of Flippy?
That's, yes. Let's check in on Flippy.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Okay, folks, it's time for the Flippy update. If you're new to the show, don't worry. Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world. Now there's nothing we can do about it. Today's Flippy update comes from NewsAKMI.com, NewsAKMI. The headline is "Watch a Robot Playing Table Tennis After Just 90 Minutes of Training." Dun, dun, dun. There's some fun videos here. A table tennis playing robot can keep up a rally against humans, but like many amateur players, it struggles when attempting fancier shots. Yapeng Gao, Jonas Tibi, and Andreas Zell at the University of Tübingen in Germany began by designing a computer simulation in which a virtual robot arm equipped with a table tennis racket attempted to return ping pong balls across a virtual table tennis table. Whoa. The researchers ran the simulation so that a machine learning algorithm could learn how the velocity and orientation of the racket affects the path the ball takes. Once this algorithm, which learns by trial and error, could reliably return the ball, the researchers set it up to control the movement of a real robot arm positioned next to a real table. Wow, a real
table to real
Holy
arm.
Smokes. The system used 2 cameras to track the location of the ball every 7 milliseconds, and the algorithm processed the signal and decided where to move the robotic arm to hit and return the ball. The signals that the algorithm sent allowed the robot arm to accurately play shots to within an average of 24.9 centimeters of the intended location. Look, Gonz, 29. I know this might be hard to visualize for Americans on the imperial system, but 24.9 centimeters is not really that close. This is a pretty decent error possibility there. This accuracy level was slightly worse than when the algorithm was working with a simulation, a common occurrence, says Stevie, as computer simulations can't accurately represent everything in real life. Oh, that's a pretty weird little insight into computer simulations, considering A, we're training all of our robots on computer simulations, and B, most of what we know about climate change comes from computer simulations. And a little bit of a whoopsie daisies there. I bet they're thinking that certainly nobody who's taking serious looks at climate science would also be reading about Flippy arm computer simulations. That's why Flippy is very important to track, folks. The robot arm goes up against a human player. The entire process, including training in the virtual simulation and in the real world, took just 1.5 hours, demonstrating how rapidly algorithms can learn to perform in a new situation. However, although the robot performed well against human players, it was tripped up by fast shots and, surprisingly, by slow ones. Quote, if a ball is slow, the robot needs to generate more speed, says TB. Struggling to do that, the ball often slumped off the racket. Quote, by training the system for a relatively short period of time, the robot is able to cope well with differences in serve and capability of returning using a random policy, says Jonathan Aitken at the University of Sheffield in the UK, who wasn't involved in the study. Okay, so we just got some rando involved.
He got stoked about the robot arm, or he got asked about it by NewsAKMI.
Yeah, NewsAKMI just reached out to some random guy. Aitken was surprised the algorithm flunked returning slow shots. He also finds it interesting that it sometimes struggled with making shots because of the mechanical limitations of the robot system, rather than because of shortcomings with the algorithm. The robot arm has other limitations. For instance, it struggles to play backspin shots, says Zell. Yeah, you and me too, Flippy. Because the robot arm is unable to hold the racket at the required angle needed to perform such shots, but despite these issues, he believes the robot is a good player. Quote, it's not worse than a regular human player, he says. It's already on par with me. Wow. Well, there you have it, Gonz. The robots, they're coming for our jobs, our children, our spouses, and now our table tennis.
I'm for the robots.
You know, this is actually not the worst use of a Flippy I've ever heard. Anybody who's been a table tennis fanatic out there knows that it's easy to get somebody to play a couple of games with you. But if you're really passionate and trying to make it to the Beijing Olympics or something, you're going to need a persistent and enthusiastic player like a robotic arm.
I've seen Forrest Gump. All you need is a wall.
Yeah. That's the old school way.
And
Gonz.
some determination and focus.
I think, I bet the Chinese Olympic team already has this set up.
Oh, they probably have like the 4 flippy arm, thing, so that when you face a human with 2 arms, it's like, only 2 arms, as opposed to the 4 we've been competing against in our laboratories.
So that was just kind of a fun one, but it does illustrate how the simulation training, which is sort of the majority way now that robotics are learning to take their first steps, is all within software training, which admittedly by this TB guy, computer simulations can't accurately represent everything in real life. So I think we've got a little bit of time before, they stick a couple of these flippy arms on a super soldier android, where he's not just ping-ponging, ping pong balls, but he'll be ping-ponging bullets and grenades back on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, the dream world that you've conjured and expressed to me that you want to live in is similar to Robot Jocks, a world where robots will compete to determine national interests And this would be a great way. You got the American flippy arm versus the Chinese flippy arm on a table tennis match.
Wouldn't that just be, when we talk about science fiction and how these things are represented to us, when we finally catch up in the technology, it very much is a wonderful metaphor about, we thought we would get robot jocks, giant battling robots over control of territory, when in reality it probably will come down to, an international robotic ping pong game to decide who is the owner of Alaska. Is it Russia or the United States?
Yeah. There you go. Or
go watch Robot Jocks if you haven't yet.
The New Frontier.
You'll understand probably about 30% more of this show if you go watch Robot Jocks.
At least your logic when it comes to this stuff. All right. Well, I got a quick one here and then some more. But this one's a quick 666 update here. 666. This is coming from abc.net.au. And the headline here is Ancient Greeks, Athletes, Warriors, and Heroes. A major exhibition of ancient Greek treasures is being prepared behind the scenes at the National Museum of Australia. This once-in-a-lifetime exhibition showcases the competitive spirit of the ancient Greek world through sports, politics, drama, music, and warfare. From large marble statues of athletes and gods to exquisite jewelry, from richly illustrated pottery to bronze weapons, the objects reveal a vibrant and innovative society that endures in its art, culture, and legends. So, a little Nephilim display there in Australia.
Love it.
And the thing that jumped out at me at the bottom here, it's got all the information for the local stuff there. And then at the bottom it says, tune in to 666 AM or download the free ABC Listen app to stream live. And I was like, really? That is an actual station in Australia? Is 666 AM?
We've found it.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Yeah. I was like, really? I thought that was
the station that the Antichrist will be broadcasting on.
Yeah, I thought that was just a joke or like something that some fake thing would come up with, but nope, guess it's real.
Fun.
That's it. Also, moving on here is the beast system.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
So before we get into all the COVID stuff, I'm going to talk about a different kind of vaccine here. The JapanTimes.co.jp. Japanese scientists develop vaccine to eliminate cells behind aging. A Japanese research team said it developed a vaccine to remove so-called zombie cells that accumulate with age and damage nearby cells, causing aging-related diseases, including arterial stiffening. The team, including Juntendo University professor Toru Minamino, confirmed that mice administered with the vaccine showed decreases in the zombie cells, medically known as senescent cells. Am I saying that right? And in areas affected by arterial stiffening. Quote, we can expect that the vaccine will be applied to the treatment of arterial stiffening, diabetes, and other aging-related diseases, Minamino said. The results of the team's research were published in the online version of the journal Nature Aging on Friday. Senescent cells refer to those that have stopped dividing but do not die. They damage nearby healthy cells by releasing chemicals that cause inflammation. The team identified a protein found in senescent cells in humans and mice and created a peptide vaccine based on an amino acid that constitutes the protein. The vaccine enables the body to create antibodies that attach themselves to senescent cells, which are removed by white blood cells that adhere to the antibodies. With the team administered the vaccine to mice with arterial stiffening, many accumulated senescent cells were removed and areas affected by the disease shrank. When administered to aged mice, Their frailty progression was slower than that of unvaccinated mice, according to a team. Many of the existing drugs to remove senescent cells are used as anti-cancer agents and may cause negative side effects. Side effects from the new vaccine were fewer, while its efficacy lasted longer, the team said. So there you go. The conversation will shift, about the unvaccinated. It's not just, oh, you're unsafe from the COVID. It'll be, oh, you're part of the old class of people who don't get vaccinated and don't want to live longer.
Yeah, there's a vaccine against aging.
Yeah.
Which is pretty intense. And you talk about a two-class society. And of course, as it's been, shaped over the past year, two-class society is the vaxxed and the unvaxxed. And now they'll be getting their anti-aging vax. It doesn't really help with the sort of depopulation agenda, though.
Well, I think maybe it's the people saying that the people that get the vaccine are going to die in the millions. Maybe that could be true, and also the people who survive are strong enough evolutionary to take the next step into the beyond, Basil. So they're just they're shaking out the weak hands, and I don't know.
I mean, the other side of it is like, hey, if they fall for this one, they deserve whatever happens.
True. Wasn't there? And I recall because we've reported on the anti-aging science before, like people looking for anti-aging type of stuff. And the last one that comes to mind was it was an Israeli study that did a reverse aging, and all they did was expose the body to oxygen.
It's a hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah.
They found that regular use of a hyperbaric chamber, promotes lengthening of the telomeres.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that? That sounds more normal than like a vaccine.
Well, you can't manufacture, produce, and force billions of people to take the anti-aging or to go into a hyperbaric chamber. And so, you make a lot more money with the vaccine.
Go into the hyperbaric chamber, but if you accidentally press the red button, especially if you're in Switzerland, you will commit suicide.
Yeah, don't press the red button.
The eject button.
What are you,
eject from life?
Anti-hyperbaric chamber?
No, I'm
lunatic. What, you don't believe the science, Gonz?
It's a great isolation tool.
You're a bad person and shouldn't be allowed in public if you don't spend 30 minutes in the hyperbaric chamber a day.
Yeah, it's all coming to pass.
You old person.
Yeah, I could picture.
Agers.
I could picture. You're a little bit younger than me. I can picture you getting into it, and then like calling me old, but then like
the hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, just becoming more.
I'd go into the hyperbaric chamber.
Calling yourself, but discriminating those who don't. Like someone like me, you'll be like,
that is me. I'm incredibly discriminatory.
I'm theoretically aging at a less rapid rate than you are, old man. You can be really ageist against me.
Oh, please. All right, what else you got?
That's it. Let's do some COVID.
We should talk about some COVID.
Yeah.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, 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 coronavirus.
Vaccine, number one way.
Got a bunch of clips here.
I stuck an article in between a couple of the clips because it was a good spot for it.
Okay.
Just for a heads up.
Sure. I see them. This first couple clips here. This is EuroNews.com. And the headline is COVID in Europe. UK reports first Omicron death.
There it is. Finally.
Russia backs down over unvaccinated. Here's the report.
The UK has confirmed the world's first coronavirus death linked to Omicron. The health secretary has warned that the variant is spreading at the most rapid rate ever seen and is set to become dominant in London by Wednesday. Sajid Javid said that there are now an estimated 200,000 new infections per day. In the 24 hours between Sunday and Monday, the UK reported 1,576 6 new Omicron infections. More than 81% of Britons are double jabbed, which puts the country slightly behind Denmark at 82% and Portugal at 81.9%, but well ahead of Bulgaria, Romania and Slovakia, which are all below the 50% level. Booster jabs will now be rolled out to all adults in England.
You know what's funny is this report goes into the numbers like it's a sport.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The whole thing is just like a big brag.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we didn't
82%, except for Hungary and Bulgaria, under 50%.
Yeah, it got really
Losers.
weird. It got really competitive at the end. But there you go. First death from Omicron, and the fact that they said it will be the main strain by Wednesday.
Yeah.
When did Omicron get first introduced? What was that? Saturday?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, like the end of November, right? It was like the last weekend of November. So within 2.5 weeks, I guess 3 weeks.
Wait till you hear the current U.S. rates for Omicron.
Oh, great.
And we can compare that to the UK numbers.
Okay.
It's ludicrous. But yeah, I mean, it's really funny. It's funny that they brag about their vaccination rate being 82%, and yet Omicron is going to take over. Why? Because the vaccines don't work against Omicron.
Yeah. Here's from the same EuroNews report, a quick note from Austria.
Austria has now lifted its lockdown measures and today reopened non-essential shops, but only for those who are fully vaccinated. It brings an end to 3 weeks of restrictions which were brought in to try and combat a rising wave of infections. Restaurants, museums and entertainment venues opened on Sunday. Those who are unvaccinated remain subject to lockdown restrictions and need to remain at home unless they are exercising, seeing a doctor or buying groceries.
So there you go. EU producers, Mr. Jag out there, you guys need to put together the Canary Cry grocery shopping event or meetup.
The grocery club.
The grocery club meetup.
Yeah.
So you guys can all go get groceries. Or if there is a doctor among you, you can just say, hey, we're doing a doctor's meeting.
Yeah, it's a new fancy group doctors program we have.
That's how you're going to have to get around, according to EuroNews, if you're in that area. So anyway, just thought I'd throw that in there for our producer friends over there in the EU and Austria. I'm sure you guys are dealing with it more in your face than I guess we are. I suppose we are fortunate to be where we are, Basil. I mean, I'm not going to dox you, but you are in America. Let's just say that.
Technically.
And of course, it depends on where you are in America. But for the most part, it hasn't been too overt like it has in other countries. Of course, it depends on where you work and things like that.
City.
Yeah, New York, LA, San Francisco, the centers of civilization. Okay, so you had something. Did you want to add this? Yeah, let's. Do you want to go to Fauci first?
Do your clip first.
Okay, let's go to Fauci. This is Fauci from ABC News. Fauci says Omicron can evade vaccine protection, but boosters help. It's all booster. It's a little bit of a longer clip. Stop me anytime, Basil, if you have something to say. But here it is.
What have we learned about the variant in the last 2 weeks?
Well, we've learned a lot, and we're continuing to learn it on a daily basis, George. First of all, it clearly has a transmission advantage in the sense of in countries like South Africa and now the UK, where you have it competing with the Delta variant in the sense of ability to transmit. It looks like it has a high degree of transmissibility, and that's the reason why you're seeing literally every day more and more countries, and in the United States, more and more states. The thing that's important is that it appears to be able to evade some of the immune protection of things like monoclonal antibodies, convalescent plasma, and the antibodies that are induced by vaccines. That's the sobering news. The somewhat encouraging news is that preliminary data show that when you get a booster, for example, a third shot of an mRNA, it raises the level of protection high enough that it then does do well against the Omicron, which is, again, another reason to encourage people who are not vaccinated to get vaccinated. but particularly those who are vaccinated to get boosted, because that diminution in protection seems to go way back up again. So that's the importance of getting that best and optimal protection you can. The other thing that's important,
he doesn't mention any of the numbers. Mm-hmm. You know, we ran through the numbers, the 40%, the 25, I'm sorry, the 40 times, the 25 times, that kind of stuff. He doesn't go through any of that. He's just, it's just the boost, it's more, do it. Yeah. Do it big and good.
He looks really worn out, by the way. Just the vibe I get is he's getting more and more tired. But here's a little more.
Only a matter of time.
We're getting so go ahead. I'm saying the other thing that's we're getting anecdotal information from, not necessarily
no numbers, and then anecdotal information.
Thoroughly confirmed yet, that the level of severity appears to be maybe a bit less than in the Delta, but there are a lot of confounding issues there, George. It may be due to the underlying protection in the community due to prior infections, but these are just preliminary data that we're going to have to just follow carefully to get them confirmed.
You talked about the advantages of the booster. Should we be thinking about 3 shots now as the standard of care?
Well, I certainly think, George, it's the optimal care. I mean, for official requirements, it's still 2 shots of the mRNA and 1 shot of the J&J for the official determination of what's required or not. But I think if you look at the data, the more and more it becomes clear that if you want to be optimally protected, you really should get a booster. And I think we'll be continuing to evaluate what the official designation is. But for now, if you want to be optimally protected, absolutely get a booster if you've already had your primary vaccination.
Optimally protected.
Mm-hmm.
It's all boosters.
Quick note, Gonz. Somebody in the chat is saying that they're hearing a squeaking. I'm not hearing anything. Are you hearing any squeaking?
Squeaking.
Is there a dog toy in between the streaming software and the internet?
No.
Okay. Well,
it could be my chair or something when I moved.
Yeah, I don't know. Anywho, yeah, more classic Fauci. This appears to this, the data, we don't know the daters.
The
just get boosted. Just get boosted. Just get boosted.
Just get the booster.
And again,
nobody likes you, booster.
And again, we ran through the numbers of how well Omicron is able to evade the protections of the vaccine, and how just barely, 5 times more, barely half of that can be recovered by the booster, et cetera, et cetera. This is coming from the scientists from South Africa, Germany, and Texas. But a related article here. This is coming from Reuters, Gonz, and I had to archive it because they want me to pay for it. The headline is most reported U.S. This is from Reuters, remember. Okay. Most reported U.S. Omicron cases have hit the fully vaccinated, says the CDC.
Oh, I was hoping the CDC, who were fully vaccinated, got hit with Omicron, but okay.
We still have not received an answer. They keep asking Rochelle Walensky how many of the CDC employees have gotten vaccinated, and she still refuses to answer the question.
Rochelle.
Yeah. The article goes like this. Most of the 43 COVID-19 cases caused by the Omicron. Now, this was on December 10th, so this was 3 days ago. The current number is higher, which we'll see in another article. But here we go. Most of the 43 COVID-19 cases caused by the Omicron variant identified in the United States so far were people who were fully vaccinated, and a third of them had received a booster dose. Oh, well, okay. A third of them got their booster dose. Not only are most of them vaccinated, but a third of them had their booster dose, according to a U.S. report published on Friday. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention said that of the 43 cases attributed to Omicron variant, 34 people had been fully vaccinated. 14 of them had also received a booster, although 5 of those cases occurred less than 14 days after the additional shot before full protection kicks in. So while the numbers are very small, they add to growing concerns that current COVID-19 vaccines may offer less protection against the highly transmissible new variant. Now, keep in mind, they're talking about also boosted people. And so when they say there's growing concerns that the current COVID-19 vaccines may offer less protection against the highly transmissible new variant, they are including the booster in that. The Omicron variant of the coronavirus has been found through testing in about 22 states so far, after first being identified in southern Africa and Hong Kong in late November. I don't remember hearing about the Hong Kong one, but okay. Kind of funny how all South Africa got all of the attention for this variant. And somehow China convinced the media to not mention that it was also found in Hong Kong. Among the Omicron cases, 25 were in people aged 18 to 39, and 14 had traveled internationally. 6 people had previously been infected with the coronavirus. Most of them only had mild symptoms, such as coughing, congestion, and fatigue, the report said, and 1 person was hospitalized for 2 days. Other symptoms reported less frequently, including, now keep in mind, they did not give us a number. They just said less frequently. They said other symptoms reported less frequently in this 43-person group included nausea or vomiting, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, diarrhea, and loss of taste or smell. Okay, less frequently. How many was that? Was it 1 person? Was it 2 people? How less frequent? I don't know. I thought that was a weird way for them to report it. The CDC said that while many of the first reported Omicron cases appear to be mild, a lag exists between infection and more severe outcomes. Okay. Symptoms would also be expected to be milder in vaccinated persons and those with previous SARS-CoV-2 infection. The first known U.S. Omicron case, blah, blah, blah. Let me skip down just a little bit. The Delta variant still accounts for more than 99% of all U.S. cases, but reports from South Africa show that Omicron variant is very transmissible. Even if most cases are mild, a highly transmissible variant could result in enough infections to overwhelm the health system, the CDC cautioned. Laboratory studies released this week suggest the Omicron variant will blunt the protective power of 2 doses of Pfizer and BioNTech's COVID-19 vaccine, although a 3rd dose may restore that protection. I thought that was a very strange thing to report.
Well, especially because I think we had it in the Biden clips where he's talking about the booster and how it exponentially provides protection.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't see how any of this is exponential.
No, Biden was lying.
Okay.
But, or Fauci, or whoever that clip was.
I think it was Biden.
Listen to the words of this. Laboratory studies released this week suggest that the Omicron variant will blunt the protective power of 2 doses of Pfizer. So it's being reported here as if the Omicron variant is doing something to blunt the power of the vaccine,
like directly,
like it's performing some sort of action.
The nanobots are unleashed to dismantle the.
I mean, it's just really weird because we've seen reports about how Omicron can evade the vaccine, how the vaccine does not provide important protection against Omicron. But in this Reuters article, they're talking about how Omicron actively sabotages the protective power of the 2 doses of Pfizer. As if, if you catch Omicron, you become less vaccinated.
You become unvaccinated.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it sounds like one of the plots of those science fiction shows or movies where Omicron may be like the secret white hat virus to fight against the vaccine.
To unvax you.
To unvax you, yeah. It's like, I don't know. But yeah, that is very strange.
It's just a really weird way to put that. The Omicron will blunt the protective power. The Omicron will break your vaccine, so you better get more.
It's called the Omicron.
And of course, a third dose may restore that protection. Why not just use the numbers? You're referring to the laboratory studies. Why not just refer to the numbers the laboratory study?
Yeah, nobody wants to hear the truth.
Because it's not good. That's why. Because we talked about it. It's 40%, or it's not 40%. It is 40 times less effective against Omicron. That's 4,000% less effective against Omicron. And getting your third dose or your booster or whatever allegedly gives you 25 times the protection back, which means you're losing 4,000% effectiveness, but you can gain,
gain back 2,500. Yeah. There you go.
But, there's a solution to that, Gonz.
What?
Let's get another booster.
Oh, okay.
You can't handle the truth.
Speaking of which, BioNTech CEO replies to claims he refused vaccination. This is on RT.
Yeah.
This is wild. And let me just read a little bit, and then I have the clip here. The head and co-founder of a company that produces one of the most widely used COVID jabs, Sahin, has commented on an interview in which he revealed that he and his family had not been vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first off, I don't think we've really talked about this guy before.
No.
When I first saw pictures of him over the weekend, because this thing was kind of going around, I thought it was Obama for a moment. I was like, is that Obama? And I was like, oh, no, it's not Obama. But it's like if Obama had a mini-me that kind of went wrong.
He does.
Oh, yeah.
He's got lookalikes for sure.
Yeah, this would be it. But here's the co-founder. I think it's him and his wife who founded.
He sends the lookalikes to Flint, Michigan, to drink the water.
Right. Here he is. I forget his name. Sorry, what was his name again?
Something.
Sahin, talking about why he's not vaccinated.
I have heard that you yourself have not taken the vaccine yet. Why not?
So I am legally not allowed to take the vaccine at the moment. We of course consider to make that possible. It is more important for us that our co-workers and partners get vaccinated. So our goal is to produce more than 1.3 billion doses.
I'm sorry. He's German, right? Or I think he's Turkish ethnically, but he did grow up in Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the German accent that I'm hearing? Okay.
Yeah. Our co-workers and partners get vaccinated. So our goal is to produce more than 1.3 billion doses in 2021, and that can only be done if we can really continue to work 24/7 without any interruption. And we need to ensure that we protect the co-workers and our team members from COVID-19 infection, because that would mean interruption and delay and waste of vaccine doses, and therefore we consider to make an extra batch independent from the European contingent available to collaboration partners who are supporting us and to our team members.
Okay, the question was, why haven't you taken the vaccine? What was his answer?
Apparently it was illegal for him because other people need it more.
But then he kind of rambled on.
He looks as of age to where he would be legally allowed to get it. And if you're the guy who makes the vaccine,
yes,
and you're waiting for your coworkers and your manufacturing people, why are they not vaccinated yet? Do we know what the date of this video is?
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a thing. But the story on RT was reported on the 12th of December. So a day ago. It came out yesterday. Mm-hmm. So, maybe the article does mention when this was, but
I browsed through it. It is RT, so you kind of got to pay attention.
It says it was recorded a year ago.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So that may have been a year ago. I did pop over to his LinkedIn here, a rebuttal that he posted 3 days ago. where he says his wife and himself have received 3 doses of the vaccine for several months now. Friends have been urging me to post a photo of me being vaccinated to address these false rumors. Until now, I had refused to do it, et cetera, et cetera. Then he has a video of Barack Obama getting vaccinated.
It's a little cover.
Video, just a picture, rather.
A picture.
So, okay, I don't know. I mean, it is weird that if this really was from a year ago, then it makes sense that he wouldn't have been vaccinated.
I guess, but there's still a lull between... There's got to be, even if it's a year ago, they already released it to the public before the CEO got it. I'm just thinking, what other product, other than, like you think about the evil corporations of America or the world or whatever, they're the ones that would not use their own product kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, but in the more modern, like entrepreneurial type of world, very much so. If you're the CEO of a company or CEO of a product, you would be a user of that product, and you would want everybody else to use. That's the pitch. Like, I use it, I love it. It's why I created it, or whatever. Like the My Pillow guy or something. I love these pillows. I wanted to make my, whatever. So usually, unless you're an evil corporation, you use the product you make, and it becomes the pitch. But in this case, in the case of pharmaceuticals and I don't know, other things like big sugar, I don't know, the big sugar industry, the CEOs or whatever, are they all scuffling down candy? Like the CEO of Skittles, sorry to single out Skittles, does he eat Skittles every day? Is he a Skittle fiend? Probably not.
Probably not.
So I don't know. It's just always the things that aren't healthy for the public, where the CEO and the founders don't participate in the consumption thereof.
Right. Well, it's Steve Jobs not letting his kids use an iPad was a great example.
But he doesn't do himself any favors, because he gets asked more directly here, and the answer is not good. So can we finish the clip off here?
Sure. I just will mention there's 1,913 comments on his LinkedIn post here, and I do not think that he appreciates them. It's just like a bunch of people talking about how Pfizer is a criminal organization, and they're very well actually written and thought out. It's this is LinkedIn. This isn't Twitter.
Twitter, yeah.
These are LinkedIn professionals here, letting him know what they think of his.
That's actually kind of funny. That is funny. You get the more buttoned down comments and responses on LinkedIn. All right, here's the rest of the clip here.
Contingent available to collaboration partners who are supporting us and to our team members.
But I understand why are you not legally allowed to take the vaccine?
Because you know that there is a priority. The vaccine is not allowed to be taken outside of this priority list. And what is also important, we were even not allowed to participate in clinical trials because per law it is not possible to include company people into such trials, which is really fine. But now we have to deal with the more important challenge that we need to ensure functionality of our whole company, of our teams, and therefore this is needed, and I think we will find a legal and fair solution for that.
This guy pays his lawyers a lot of money.
Yeah,
everything is legal.
The CEO of the company would participate in the trial of an experimental vaccine. Yeah, okay.
Well, that just goes to show the divide between statuses, but just your ivory tower scientific companies and your normal citizen who volunteer for this type of thing. So that's the clip. In the meantime here, there was an article that was published by the Sunday Times UK, and it's a Saturday interview. The headline is BioNTech Vaccine Creators. COVID isn't so scary anymore. We have tools to cut deaths dramatically. And it features the couple here, Ugur
That
Sahin.
talking line, that talking point is being repeated ad nauseum lately.
It is.
We have the tools. We have the tools. We have the tools. Okay, all right.
And it's definitely him. And I recognize his Obama-esque face there. So it's him and his wife, and it says, let's see, once again, Ugur Sahin and Özlem Tureci were addressing the world by last Wednesday. It had been just under 2 years since the husband and wife had sat over breakfast one morning with their teenage daughter. There in the 2-bedroom apartment in Mainz, Germany, Sahin had discussed his thoughts about a paper he had spotted in The Lancet that described a new disease in a city in China. And it goes into all the details here. I got a couple things highlighted. Sahin is not surprised either. Quote, Omicron is a different story. Ow, dog. Omicron is a different story compared to Alpha and Beta, and we are more alarmed, he said. I think we clearly stated that the virus was here to stay with us, ding ding, and we stated also that we will see a new normal. We are, he says, living this new normal at the moment. And then later, finally, Sahin and Tureci were there to say they had already tweaked the vaccine to attack Omicron specifically, and if needed, the first batches could be in arms in 100 days. But with cases with the new variant rising rapidly, this salvation, once again, won't be there in time for the latest wave, and are we no further on? It's a question being asked, and then he responds here. Quote, this is a good question. I asked myself the same question this morning, but he insists it is very different. The end of quote, but he insists it is very different. The key is to retain faith. Again, faith. This is the second time a leader brought up faith in like a manner that's supposed to be somewhat scientific. That reduced protection is better than no protection. Quote, we are not optimal, but the disease is not so scary anymore. We have tools in our hands which dramatically reduce deaths of the elderly. I would not say we are safe, but we are in a more comfortable situation. So there you go. That's, while this clip goes viral in the alt community about him not taking the vaccine, and admittedly, a year old, but yeah, I understand people be upset about that kind of thing. Meanwhile, what is it? Sunday Times UK doing some, I don't know if it's damage control, but at least highlighting the couple behind BioNTech in a very positive light, as the mainstream media would do. So,
okay,
there you go.
Looks good.
Let's see.
There's a little update from South Korea.
Oh yeah, no, this is kind of an AI update as part of the whole thing here. So it's still, we're still under COVID-19, but and the IM vaccine, but we're gonna do this as well.
Artificial intelligence.
You want to do it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm doing some admin over here.
All right.
You should do it.
HealthcareITnews.com. South Korea to trial AI facial recognition in tracking COVID-19 cases. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I thought South Korea was the cool Asian country. South Korea will test an AI-powered facial recognition system to track persons infected with COVID-19. According to Reuters, the pilot project will begin next year in January in Bukyeon, a city in between the nation's capital Seoul and Incheon. Based on a business plan seen by Reuters, the project's system will analyze footage from over 10,000 CCTV cameras and track the movement of COVID-19 patients as well as their close contacts. The national government has infused 1.6 billion won, which is $1.3 million, into the project, while Bukyeon added 500 million won more from the city's coffers. Why it matters, the news report noted that the project will help reduce the strain on overworked tracing teams, as the system can simultaneously track up to 10 people in 5 to 10 minutes. It can cut the time spent on manual work, which usually takes around half an hour or more per person traced. Bukyeon Mayor Jang Dyeon-cheon was also quoted as saying that facial recognition tech will enable faster tracing. Despite employing an, quote, aggressive high-tech contact tracing system that collects credit card records, cell phone location, and CCTV footage, among other personal information, South Korea still relies on epidemiological investigators who usually work a 24-hour shift, the report emphasized. A city official addressed concerns around invasion of privacy by stating that the system censors non-target individuals. It only traces confirmed patients, abiding with provisions under the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act. According to the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, the use of the technology remains lawful as long as it is used within the domain of the said law. The Bukyeon system is not new. Similar facial recognition tech for tracking COVID-19 patients have been recently rolled out or experimented with within China and Japan, the Reuters article said. In Thailand, the Siriraj Piamaharajacharan Hospital has installed NEC Thailand's contactless facial recognition system for its registration process. The system covers the hospital's patients' registration counters and other touch points to facilitate a faster, more accurate registration process while reducing in-person exposure to COVID-19. So there you go. Yes. South Korea, another country openly doing AI facial recognition tracing of just the people that are test positive of COVID.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought was interesting. The what did they call it? They called it confirmed patients or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Why would confirmed patients be out wandering around and need to be tracked? I mean, that's the weird group to try to track. If you're sick, you shouldn't be out walking around. It's more of like a criminal type of thing. You had Australia, you had confirmed COVID cases. There was full-on nationwide manhunts to track down people who had tested positive and were out in the wild. So I guess this is South Korea's version of that.
Yep.
We've got an update from Latvia.
Yeah.
Did we receive a note from producer Martins?
We did.
Where is it? I couldn't find it.
It's on, I think it came in through the Patreon.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
So I needed to double check and confirm this, but the Baltic Times here, the headline is Participants of Protest Campaign Organized by MP Gobsams Gather by the Riga Castle. Am I saying that right? Riga?
Yes.
R-I-G-A? Yeah. Okay, so it says here on Monday afternoon, participants of an unauthorized protest campaign organized by the opposition politician populist MP Aldous Gobsams, Law and Order, are gathering by the Riga Castle. Shortly before 1600, more than 500 people had gathered by the Riga Castle, and the numbers rose to 1,000. The law enforcement authorities have recommended not to allow the event. The local government, after contacting the organizer, is not convinced that the organizer will take responsibility for the event if it does not take place in accordance with the regulatory norms currently in force in the country. The municipality notes that there is also no assurance that the organizer will cooperate with the police, but the opposite impression has emerged, as evidenced by the events of this week in other Latvian cities. The municipality has concluded that it is not expedient to ensure the right of the organizer to organize an event for 20 people, as this would directly endanger the rights of other people's health, endangering the health of the public as a whole. Gobsons previously informed on social networks that the protest rally would be held in Riga on December 13th, which is today. Here's the note that I received. And again, I don't know if this is the exact same thing that's being mentioned here by producer Martins here, but he sent us a note. He's in Latvia. He says, this time we plan an even bigger protest. Some same keywords mentioned in the previous message would apply this time also. We have been preparing for this one over a long period. We plan to do barbecue, party, food, concerts, fireplaces, piano concerts, and more, all at the main building of our so-called president. Media will continue to lie, but it's okay. We see the truth anyhow. People sorting is not acceptable and leads to more evil than good. The government even went as far as publicly forbidding this protest. proclaiming it illegal, which is why I think this might be the correct article that we were looking at here.
Right.
We will be highly organized, though. Anything can happen. We'll see. That being said, Lord bless you guys. He won't be in the Monday chat because he'll be at the rally.
Okay.
As this all develops. So prayers out to producer Martins. Stay safe out there. But yeah, I mean, this is happening all over the world. Just a boots on the ground report from one of our producers in Latvia.
Yeah, very cool. Continuing to, I like the style of their protest. They're talking about doing barbecuing, hanging out, having concerts.
It doesn't sound violent at all. Like, if you read this report from the Baltic Times, it's like, oh, these hooligans are getting together and they're going to smash windows and, demand freedom. But it sounds like it's just going to be a good time. Some piano, some food,
Yeah, piano concert.
Some games. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they can
it reminds me of a lot of, especially European resistance to their governments throughout history. They kind of have this party idea, this party strategy that they've implemented over the years. Well, good luck to you. Yeah, you're out there now. Hopefully, I don't know what Latvians make it a barbecue, but maybe if they got hamburgers, we'll be there in spirit. We'll have our American hamburger spirit there.
In our imported meat.
I'm sure
stack.
There's some potatoes.
Oh, I'm sure there's potatoes. Yeah.
Potatoes and beets. Good people. They like their potatoes and beets.
Yeah.
Okay. Here is something. Oh, yeah. This is kind of a good story to come right before the break here.
Yeah.
This is coming from Los Angeles Times. The headline is column. Leaked SoCal hospital records reveal huge automated markups for healthcare. Well, you don't say. Ridiculous, seemingly arbitrary price markups are a defining characteristic of the $4 trillion U.S. healthcare system, and a key reason Americans pay more for treatment than anyone else in the world. But to see price hikes of as much as 675% being imposed in real time automatically by a hospital's computer system still takes your breath away. I got to view this for myself after a former operating room nurse at Scripps Memorial Hospital in Encinitas shared with me screenshots of the facility's electronic health record system. The nurse asked that I do not use her name because she's now working at a different Southern California medical facility and worries that her job could be endangered.
Hold up.
Okay.
Usually with the LA Times, New York Times, when they have a source, they just say an anonymous source.
Mm-hmm.
This one, it's nice when there's actually a little bit more to the source than just anonymous source.
Yeah.
It seems more legit, I'm not saying it is, but it just seems like more real.
When it's a legit source, they kind of, make you think it's a legit source instead of just a person familiar with the matter.
Right.
The nurse, let's see, her screenshots taken earlier this year speak for themselves. What they show are price hikes ranging from 575 to 675%. Being automatically generated by the hospital's software. The eye-popping increases are so routine, apparently, the software even displays the formula it uses to convert reasonable medical costs to billed amounts that are much, much higher. For example, one screenshot is for sutures, that is medical thread, aka stitches. Scripps system put the basic cost per unit at $19.30, but the system said the computed charge per unit was $149.58. This is how much the patient and his or her insurer would be billed. The system helpfully included a formula for reaching this amount. $149.58 equals $19.30. plus $19.30 times 675%. You read that right. Scripps' automated system took the actual cost of sutures, imposed an apparently preset $675% markup, and produced a billed amount that was orders of magnitude higher than the true price. This is separate from any additional charges for the doctor, anesthesiologist, x-rays, and hospital facilities. Call it institutionalized price gouging. And it's apparently widespread because the same or similar software is used by other hospitals nationwide, including UCLA and around the world. The former Scripps nurse said she decided to snap photos of the system as she watched stratospheric price hikes being imposed while a patient was still on the operating table. She said one of her jobs in the operating room was to keep a running tally of all supplies used during the procedure. As she entered each item into the system, it automatically noted the actual cost and tabulated how much Scripps would bill for it. Quote, I understand that hospitals have overhead, the nurse told me, but to mark up something like sutures by 675% is insane. Another screenshot showed the pricing for an antimicrobial solution to clean the patient's wound. Scripps cost per unit was $73.50. The billed amount was $496.13.
Yikes.
Blades for a cutting tool used by the surgeon had a cost per unit of $98.53. Scripps' billed price was $665.08.
It's 92 cents short.
So close, yeah. Quote, I started asking questions, the nurse said. I was told that if we didn't mark things up like this, insurance companies wouldn't give us what we want. This is through the looking glass evidence of something I've written about repeatedly. Healthcare providers routinely ignore the actual cost of treatment when calculating bills and instead cook up nonsensical figures to push reimbursement from insurers higher. For the millions of people without health insurance, those sky-high prices are what they're stuck with. Although most hospitals, including Scripps, typically will offer discounts in such circumstances. And it goes on about a couple more instances of this going on, which is sadly not surprising. Now, Scripps, we've reported on Scripps, and I believe one of the owners of Scripps or one of the founders of Scripps during the pandemic. Do you remember what this was about?
I kind of do, but I don't recall the exact.
I know this is something we would have touched on in 2020, and I don't have it memorized, whatever it is. But something about one of the head guys at Scripps was super sketchy. That's all I gotta say.
Right.
We can't even postulate onto what else it was, but we did a whole big report on that guy. So there you go. I mean, it doesn't come as a surprise to anybody in the U.S. that this is happening just automatically within the software. And I mean, I think they're right to, attribute this to the insurance system, because really the health insurance system is the sort of foundational problem.
Thanks, Obamacare.
Yeah, and Obamacare at least didn't help. Let's see here. It's due to this Epic software that's used all over the place. Yeah, okay, that's it. There's no more other information. But, in the context of what we heard about, COVID treatment and things like that, and the way that, the money that the hospitals were receiving for COVID-specific treatment being astronomical. This, it's interesting to have some actual evidence of this happening. I know there is evidence for the COVID stuff too, but it's happening across the board.
Yeah. I think this is obviously not surprising, but it does also tap into the theme that we've noticed as part of the Great Reset agenda. Especially concerning our current infrastructure, institutions, everything else, transparency. This kind of story brings attention to the fact that, hey, the healthcare system is ripping you off. Mm-hmm. And the more people learn about it, over time, they're going to want to seek a different solution. It may not happen overnight, but it's the kind of thing that once you start revealing things, once you start showing how the scam works, more and more people will want something new. And this is a perfect opportunity to reset the system with something that they would want to bring in anyway, that has more surveillance or whatever compromise.
Are you
is
going
made.
to start talking about DAOs again?
No, I wasn't going to. But
this is how Gonz
since you brought it up,
it's into healthcare DAOs.
Healthcare DAO is my new project. No, I'm just kidding. Blue Cross DAO.
Well, here's the thing, folks. The healthcare system might be gouging you at 675%, but we promise we will never do that. I think it's time for a break to thank some producers and have a little party.
Party time.
All right. So if you go to a browser, you type in the thing at the top to go to websites, type in CanaryCry.Party. That's right, CanaryCry.Party. Go there, subscribe to our email list to receive show notes, explore all the different platforms where we live stream. You can connect with others on all the various social media platforms that we are on, and you can support the show right there with the support button at the top. It wiggles. It's the wiggly one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not wiggling right now. There it is. It's wiggling.
And thank you to everybody who supports the show. And if you're new to the show, you may have noticed there's no advertisements, no affiliate codes. We're not selling any merch or mail enhancements, supplements, or freedom phones or anything like that, folks. Nope. We are entirely devoid of all corporate money. That's right. No corporate money means no corporate influence, which means we can maintain strict independent media identification. And that's not something that every podcast can do out there. Hey, we understand you got to find a way to keep the lights on, keep the tapes rolling. But when we consider how the advertising industry has its cold, icy grasp, not just around media industries, but around the wallets, pocketbooks, minds, and hearts of the people around the world. And it's mainly because independent media creators, they've not found a way to stay strictly independent. Because like I said before, if you're taking corporate money, that means you are subject to corporate influence. And also Gonz's new dog is causing trouble. So keep that in mind next time you're watching a commercial for dogs. Commercial for dogs. But not here, folks, because we're on the value for value model, which is very simple. We create value. We do it 3 times a week. And if you get any value out of what we do on this show, you have the opportunity to put some value back in. That's right. No price gouging. We're not we're not having to deal with the insurance companies. So we're not jacking up that price. In fact, you get to choose your own price. But here's the calculation you should consider. How much value do you get out of the show? How long have you been listening to the show? And how badly do you want the show to continue? How much value would you lose if the show went away or could not support itself anymore? These are the things to keep in mind as you pray about becoming a producer of the show. And that's right, I said producer, because just like the real world, if you pay to have a piece of media produced, you are a producer, not just, a generous donor or a philanthropic billionaire, but an actual producer of the show. You can put it on your resume, put it on your CV, I'll put it on your LinkedIn. It's good times, folks. There you go. How much value do you get out of the show? Put a number on it. Make that number important to you, and you can come in and become a producer. And it's the only way that this show keeps going, because we refuse to take any corporate money. That includes advertising dollars. That includes YouTube partnerships. That includes Twitch affiliates or any number of things that could put us under the thumb of some corporation out there that wants us to monetize the trust and attention that you give to the show. And that just doesn't feel right. Your mind, your consciousness, your time, your attention, your trust, those are valuable things, and no corporation could truly compensate you, not just us, but you, for the time and attention that you give to this show. So it's the only way we keep going. And like I say, not every producer has to produce every single show. If just a nice handful, a nice fistful of producers come in and show their support to return value to the show every episode, we can keep going. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to thank some producers. Gonz, are you ready?
I am ready.
He is ready. All right. Well, the bad news is it was a pretty light showing for the producers today. But the good news is that the break will be short. So there you go, break haters. You get your short break at the literal expense of the show. All right. Well, like I said, we have there's a couple of ways to produce the show. You can produce the show by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT if you want to sign up there. But even better, there's another way, a better way, and that's by heading over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support is a wonderful place where you can support the show with your cryptocurrency. If you're a cool crypto kid, you can come in and support the show on a monthly basis. If you want to commit to keeping the show going on a monthly basis, we appreciate all of our monthly producers. But if commitment is not your thing, you can go ahead and make a one-time producership in any amount. And who's coming on in over there, Gonz?
Well, we didn't have any. Oh, geez, Code. What are you doing? Oh, all right.
Code?
Yes.
Code.
I know. Yes.
It's like a hacker dog's name.
Well, it's a yes.
If there was a new version of Paw Patrol, you got the police dog, you got the fireman dog, you got the nurse dog or whatever, and then you've got Code, the hacker dog.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Barking into your mainframe.
There's various levels of philosophical inquiry with that name, like Code. Are we all are we just all code in the end,
You're right. Get a little Wachowski sauce on it.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, we didn't have any executive producers. We did not have any associate executive producers. We did have some calendar producers. You want to thank some of the calendar people?
That's right. Let's thank some calendar people. And for those who don't know, the Canary Cry calendar is available. We're going to at least run this through the year. So if you're interested in getting it, you should get on top of it. There's no guarantee that we are going to have an endless supply of these calendars or even have them available into the new year. We will try our hardest. But if you're interested in the Canary Cry calendar, which you should be because it's an awesome product created exclusively by producers of the show, chock full of art from your favorite artists on the show, and of course, it is an actual physical calendar, which includes all sorts of fun dates that are important to you if you're into the Canary Cry thing. Dates like when was when did the Freemasons start? What is the when did FOIA come into existence? When did the all sorts of stuff, Operation High Jump commence? Things like that, very important. Actually, I've got August up here. What else is there? Oh, 1971, August 15th, the dollar was taken off the gold standard. Good to keep in mind. August 2nd in 1964 was the Gulf of Tonkin incident. On August 10th in 1925, the world's first car completely controlled by remote control. And, of course, August 10th, 2019, Epstein didn't kill himself day. So there's all sorts of important days that you want to remember through 2022. And you can keep track of that, as well as support the show, as well as support the artists and enjoy your Canary Cry collectible calendar. And you can find this by heading over to CanaryCryRadio.com/support. At the top of the page, there's a big green button with a bunch of calendar-related literature surrounding it. And you click on that, sign up for $20.22 a month to support the show. Help us start off 2022 strong, and you will receive this calendar. You're going to love it. It is a must-have. And this is the second year in a row that they've done this. And there are some people out there who have received the first and second edition of the calendar, and I'm very jealous of them. In fact, Gonz is keeping my calendars very safe down there in Southern California, which he's going to send to me for Christmas. But we want to thank a couple of our calendar producers, and they include Juletta S.
Juletta S.
Busy with dog stuff. Thank you very much, Juletta S. Your calendar is in the mail. Next up, we have Stephen H. Stephen! And we also have a calendar producer named John Connor.
John Connor?
Yeah.
They came back from the future to listen to Canary Cry News Talk.
Thank you very much, John Connor. But John Connor came in for actually 3333 recurring monthly producership, which also makes him, illuminated.
Illuminatus!
And he sent a note here, and he said, if possible, I'd appreciate a demooched.
What happened to my demooched?
Should we try that again?
Wait,
possible,
wait. I'm not ready because I had it. Yeah, there we go. Go.
Cool.
Ready.
I'd appreciate a demooched. There you go, John Connor. You have been demooched. You're no longer a mooch. Thank you for producing the show and signing up to commit to keep the show going. Appreciate it very much. And just God bless you guys and all the Canarians. I go by John Connor with Arnold's accent. If we all gave $1, it would go above and beyond for your all's work. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
I know. That's one of the things about sort of the economy of what we do is... Yeah. Yes, if every listener gave $1, they would solve all of our problems.
Can you imagine if I got $1 for every view I got on YouTube?
Yes, that would be
I
quite
would be a
something.
Multi-millionaire.
But that's on YouTube. You can't value for value on YouTube.
I know, that's true. Yeah.
So, thank you very much, John Connor.
John Connor.
Sorry, John Connor.
John Connor.
This is really
from
bad.
The future. Yeah,
we should have
really bad.
a whole segment just called The Worst Arnold's Accents. Thank you very much, John Connor.
California.
Oh,
Welcome to California.
Who's next?
Gail M.
Thank you very much, Gail M. You're on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
She's been supporting 60 episodes in a row, so we need to upgrade her streak jingle.
Oh, is she the first lady?
Yes, the first new one, yes.
Oh, okay. So we have this one here.
Yeah, just give her the banjo jingle. Thank you. Whoa, that's like an extended version. Thank you, Gail. Gail came in with 1212 and a note. Hola, mi chicos dolce. The donation button is turned off, but I want to wait until the funds are all transferred before I do something stupid. I'm feeling those prayers working. Such a great feeling. XXXX. Oh, she must be referring to the GoFundMe. Yes. Yes. The last I checked, the GoFundMe had an extended goal, and that extended goal was met as well. So not only is the burial of her brother Rob covered, but also the leftover medical bills from his time in the hospital covered. And thank you so much, Canarians. It really warms our heart to see Canarians caring for Canarians. And, of course, Gail M., thank you for your continued support.
Appreciate it, Gail M. Next up, we have T-Do.
T-Do is in the house. He made it. And if you remember, Gonz, Dodie the Coyote called out T-Do last episode.
Right.
And T-Do wasted no time and showed up with 1129. I'm not sure what maybe they're sending codes between each other. But thank you very much, T-Do, for, I think T-Do needs to be demooched, baby. That's how it's done. When you're called out, you answer the call. And T-Do did it. Thank you very much, bud.
Thank you, T-Do. Next up, we have Morv.
Morv is on a streak. 31 episodes in a row, comes in for 1111. Thank you very much, Morv.
Thank you, Morv. Next
Getting so
up,
close.
I know. Next up, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, of course, is on a streak. Oh, I missed the Little John one.
Okay, well, we got that one too.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sir Casey. The Shield Knight, 94 episodes in a row. So close. And he sent a note that said, can we put together a prophecy forum 2022?
Ooh.
Maybe we cannot put on a prophecy forum 2022. As in the brand prophecy forum.
The brand prophecy forum is no more.
Is no longer branded?
Yeah, it's not really a thing anymore.
Nobody held on to it?
I don't think so. If anybody did, it's me, and I don't think I did. So maybe somebody else scooped it up. It's possible.
It could be revitalized. We'll see.
Yeah.
Something
to consider.
Interesting idea. I mean, we do have big plans for 2022, so doing something like that would be fun.
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much, Sir
Thanks,
Casey
Sir
the Shield
Casey.
Knight. Next up, we have JC.
JC is on a streak. 47 episodes in a row, comes in with pocket full of sevens and fees. Oh my gosh, and we forgot to play the jingle because JC says, Happy Monday, brothers.
Gary, what day is it? Monday.
Monday.
So nice. I can't believe we forgot.
I know.
JC continues, been listening to the early CCR episodes today. Morv encouraged me by sending me episode 30 with Russ Dizdar and let autoplay carry me all the way to episode 26 with Johnny Iron. Oh, yeah. The nostalgia feels so good. Thankful for you, too. Thank you very much, JC.
Appreciate it, JC.
It's good feeling checking out the old CCR episodes.
Old times.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes.
Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes is on a streak. 4 episodes in a row coming in with pocket full of sevens. And Sir Salmon's says, Happy Monday, y'all. Let's do it.
We're doing it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gary, what day is it? Monday.
Time to hit that Monday grind and be productive. Speaking of productive, I saw Netflix canned its Cowboy Bebop adaptation. Now the world can finally heal.
You know, they canceled that. That's doggy tongue in my mouth.
Oh my gosh, this dog is a nuisance.
They canceled that show after 1 season.
That's what he's saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tuning back in. I see. Yes, they just canned it, which I only made it 2 episodes in.
Canned. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know, I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, it's I don't know. Did you watch it?
No. I'll get around to it.
Not an ad, but the anime was amazing. FYI.
Yeah, the anime.
Yes.
I watched the anime when I was much younger.
Yep, me
too. It was very addicting. So
watched it in high school.
I don't think there has been one good, memorable adaptation from anime, something that was originally popular in anime, to live action.
Oh, please. Did you not remember Detective Pikachu? Detective Pikachu, the gold standard for anime to live action. I mean,
like I said, there's not one.
Detective Pikachu is okay.
There's not one.
It was a good time.
Memorable industry standard example of taking a popular anime and making it live action.
It's hard to do. Did you watch the live action?
Been done.
Did you see the live action of Attack on Titan?
No, but I've seen some screenshots or some like the preview and stuff. So yeah, it didn't look too great.
Well, you got to watch more adaptations. I didn't watch it either, but
okay.
Anyways,
well, then why are you judging me, bro?
I'm just saying, if you haven't watched them, how would you know that they aren't good?
So bad.
Sir Sammons says many blessings from the fishes. Thank you, Sir Sammons.
Thank you, Sir Sammons. Next up, we have Sir Scott to you, Basil.
Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, is on a streak. 84 episodes in a row. He comes in for 777. Thanks, Sir Scott.
Thank you, Sir
Knight
Scott.
of Truth.
You get your own little song. Next up, we have Heather Sir Russ.
Oh, by the way, I'm thinking if we play the banjo one at 60, we can play the Lil Jon one at 80.
Oh, I did not know that. I know. I didn't realize that was a thing.
Well, you didn't read my mind. That was just a thought that I had like 30 seconds ago. Thank you very much, Heather Russ. You're on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak. Women rule!
36 episodes in a row. Heather Sir Russ comes in with a pocket full of sevens. Thank you very much, Heather Russ.
I'll give Heather Sir Russ this year.
Got hairy legs.
Okay.
Got hairy legs.
I know what they're into.
The first time they didn't ask for it.
I know.
Yeah, it felt weird to not give it to them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Heather Sir Russ.
Thank you, Heather
That
Sir Russ.
concludes our producers in the amount of $7.77 or more, which entitles them to a note to be read on the show.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
You know what? Germ H84 on the Twitch chat says, I am a calendar producer and just received the calendar.
All right.
It's awesome. On my B-Day, which is January 5th, it's also National Bird Day, which is National Government Drone Day. See, folks, that's why you got to get the Canary Cry calendar. You never know what fun date might fall on your birthday.
It's all coming together.
While we are here, Gonz, I did just double check the PayPal. A couple of people are coming in late, and I'm thinking since we're still on the segment, we might as well give them the credit they deserve.
Okay.
And that is number one. We've got producer. Let me just check the name, make sure it's all good.
Yeah, people in the chat, Germ for H84 saying the live action Dragon Ball Z. Yikes, that was poorly made.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either, and I was about to. And actually, it was my wife that said, "Don't do it. It's going to ruin Dragon Ball for you." So I was like, "All right, I won't do it."
Yeah, I wasn't really even aware that it existed.
Yeah.
Somebody else mentioned one that I forgot to mention that I thought was interesting, but now's not the time to just sit and read through the chat.
I think Death Note did one too. I remember a CGI version of that. Grim
I don't
Reaper
think that was
character.
released in the U.S., but yeah, I think there was a Japanese.
Hey, we're
and
one
English
world now. We can talk about other countries and
dubs, not subs.
Is that a producer?
No, that was, that's what you say. Dubs, not subs. If you're a true anime fan, you don't want it dubbed. You want to read the subtitles.
Yeah.
Which I'm not really I'm not a dub, not sub guy. I'm a subs all the way, baby. Dubs.
You're dubs all the way, yeah.
Okay, let's not get caught up in this.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that I like doing subs because as I speak Japanese, so it helps. It's a little bit of I understand what they're saying, and I get to read the English thing. It's a good exercise for my brain. But go ahead.
Yeah, that would be way more fun, actually. I agree. All right. I want to thank producer Palmer B for coming in.
Palmer B, thank you very much.
Palmer B comes in for a pocket full of sevens plus fees. And he has a note here. Ooh, I like it. Overjoyed with my new calendar. I love having real CCNT artwork in my house. The actual calendar pages are also so fun and creative. Gonz, please play me a Dame Allie and a Sir Dove to celebrate the occasion. Oh, yeah, he wants the artists' jingles because their art is in the calendar.
1 hour speed, 1 hour speed. Another one from Allie now. Here it is. 1 hour piece from Dove.
Yeah, this is great. The calendars are starting to arrive, and it's a wonderful piece of testimony for people who might be, thinking about it or just haven't pulled the trigger yet. Just to know how much people are enjoying it. Thank you, Palmer.
Thank you, Palmer.
Then, again, saving our butts again at the last moment, we have Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, coming in. Thank you so much, Dame Lynn.
Thank you, Dame Lynn.
Yes,
she's on a streak. She's on a streak now.
I don't know. Is she?
Well, because she came in and saved us last episode.
You're right. You're right. 2 episodes in a row she saved us. But yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
2 episodes in a row. Comes in with, let's see here, what looks to be $77.77 plus fees. Yes, okay. 81.11 is what it comes in. So that's also fun little number. And a note, just trying to help with the Christmas rush. Love all you producers. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Dame Lynn. Thank you very
Dame
much.
Lynn. Appreciate it. Very sweet of you.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. I think those are all the ones that came in. Now, yes, those are all the producers who have produced in the amount of $7.77 or more, which entitles them to a note to be read on the show. But we have some others to thank here. And it goes like this. First off, we got Dr. Who Done Dat, who's on the street.
Dr. Who Done Dat. Thank you very much.
31 episodes in a row, 3s and fees. Next, we have producer Child of God on a streak.
Child of God, thank you very much.
28 episodes in a row, 3s and fees. Then we got producer Veronica D on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
And this is her 60th episode in a row, which means she gets the banjo jingle.
You are upgraded, Veronica D.
Yes, you made it to the next level.
Yep.
Next, we have producer Jackie Yu, who's on the streak.
Thank you, Jackie Yu.
Yeah,
and this is her third. Sorry.
Women rule!
Third episode in a row, which means Jackie Yu is heating up, baby.
He's heating up!
3s and fees. Next, we have producer Amanda P on a streak.
Amanda P.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
18 episodes in a row, which means
Supernova.
Amanda P has gone supernova.
This is Charlie November Tango. You are approaching supernova. Repeat, you are approaching supernova.
I just realized Charlie November Tango is CCNT.
You didn't realize that before?
I didn't really pay attention to it, I guess.
Oh, gosh. Come on. Come on. How do you not? You're the
I got it now. I just got it.
Okay.
Why am I in trouble for getting it?
Because it took you.
Next up, we have producer Runk Smash coming in and on a streak. 46 episodes in a row and comes in as one of our crypto producers.
Oh, I wasn't ready for that one.
Is this a crypto? Do I look like I know what a crypto is?
And I did find out what this is a parody of. I just organically stumbled upon the meme online where this is Hank Hill, and he's asking, he's talking about a JPEG originally. Is this a JPEG? Why would I care what a JPEG is?
Very good.
Thank you very much, Runk Smash. We'll have your microfiction in the next break. Now we have a couple of Patreon producers to thank.
Okay.
And we've got we've got a new Patreon producer. I believe it's new. Oh, I didn't mark if it was an upgrade or new. But thank you to Stephen H.
Thank you, Stephen H.
Stephen H. came in all over the place. He really had some sort of awakening to produce the show, and we really appreciate it. And he actually upgraded on another one too. But we also had Say No to Soylent Green Eggs and Ham OG upgrade his producership.
Thank you very much.
That's right.
Say no to Soylent Green Eggs and Ham OG. Got it.
And again, over at the CCR Patreon, we had Stephen H. upgrade his producership there. Thank you so much, Stephen H. for...
Stephen!
Yeah, it's hard enough to get new producers, but when a producer like Steven and Say No to Soylent Green Eggs and Ham OG come in and upgrade their producership, it is just as good and heartwarming. Okay, that is it for all of our financial producers.
If we can just get 1% of Stevens to support Canary Cry News Talk.
In the entire world?
In the entire world. We'd be set.
Yeah, that would do it. If every Steven sent us $1...
All right. Are we ready to thank people and break out of break?
Yes, let's thank them for their patronage.
Shut up and take my money. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now politics.
Space Pope Reptilian.
There's a lot of jingles in a row.
It's the best part of the show.
Yep. This is Reuters.com here. The headline. Pope calls for serious international dialogue to diffuse Ukraine tensions. Yeah.
Of course he does.
Thanks, Pope. Really coming in to save the day. Pope Francis, in his first comments on the tensions between the West and Russia over Ukraine, called on Sunday for serious international dialogue to resolve tensions and urged both sides to avoid an armed conflict. He said he was praying for, quote, dear Ukraine, for all its churches and religious communities, and for all of its people, so that tensions there are resolved through a serious international dialogue and not with weapons. Quote, weapons are not the path to take. May this Christmas bring peace to Ukraine, the Pope told thousands of people in St. Peter's Square for his noon blessing and address. Ukraine is predominantly Orthodox Christian, with Catholics of either the Latin Rite or Byzantine Rite making up about 10% of the population in the former Soviet Republic. U.S. President Joe Biden said on Saturday he had told Russian President Vladimir Putin that Russia would pay, quote, a terrible price and face devastating economic consequences if it invaded Ukraine. Which brings me to this one here.
We will hunt you down and make you pay.
Yeah,
that's our boy.
Very scary. Ukraine has accused Russia of amassing tens of thousands of troops in preparation for a possible large-scale military offensive. Russia denies planning any attack and accuses Ukraine and the United States of destabilizing behavior and has said it needs security guarantees for its own protection. So, yep, there you go. Pope Francis getting in the middle of the conflict there. I mean, I guess we can agree with Pope Francis to not get into some kind of violent physical altercation, but
it would be against his brand.
Well, yeah, but it's also kind of like, yes, isn't that the obvious? Like, isn't that the obvious thing to say?
Yeah, you don't get extra points for that, Pope.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. I just thought it was interesting. It's like, oh, the Pope said it. Oh, the Putin must listen to the Pope, right?
Yeah. Well, also Biden.
And
Biden actually likes the Pope.
Yeah, he's Catholic.
So yeah, to have Biden actually, to have the Pope speak out to decrease tensions on Biden's part, because Biden's the one making a lot of threats.
No, he's really liberal.
Trying
with
to be
his threats.
A tough guy, and you could kind of imagine that Biden would be affected by basically being slammed by the Pope, his sort of aspiring best friend.
Yeah. Speaking of getting slammed.
This is coming from NewYorkPost.com. The headline: Americans hammer Biden over sinking economy, crime and gun violence in new poll. Polls, baby. Oh, I forgot. Speaking of polls, I ran a poll.
You did. What was your poll
I'm
about?
going to tell you right now. Sorry, pause the show.
Okay.
The poll is being tabulated. I just ended it here. Usually takes a couple of seconds for it to pop up, and it is taking more than a couple seconds. Okay, so at the beginning of the show, when you told us about your cute little doggy there, I asked YouTube what would be Gonz's dog's apocalypse name. Coming in last place was Carnivorous Cody at 20%.
Okay.
Coming in second with 21% was Cuddly Cody.
2 Ks?
Is yours a K or is it a C?
It's a K.
Oh, I spelled them all with a C.
Oh.
But yes, so there you go. All Ks. Carnivorous Cody and Cuddly Cody with all Ks. Yes. And same with this one. The last one, the winner, was Codageddon, the World Eater, with 58% of the vote there.
Codageddon,
the World Eater.
Got it.
Yeah, 58%. Solid victory for Codageddon. Thank you, everybody, for responding to the poll. Now,
Armageddon's on the way.
Speaking of polls, Americans hammer Biden over sinking economy, crime, and gun violence in new poll. A majority of Americans dislike how President Biden is handling some of the most pressing issues facing the country, with the president seeing his highest disapproval ratings over the economic recovery, crime, and gun violence, according to a new poll released Sunday. 57% of Americans gave Biden a thumbs down over the way he's handling the economy, a spike of 19 percentage points since March. Woo! 19 percentage points since March. Holy smokes. An ABC News and Ipsos poll shows only 41% approve. On gun violence, 66% disapprove, up from 57% in March, while 61% disapprove of his handling of crime, an increase of 3 percentage points since July, the poll found. 32%.
So close. Yeah.
Approve of his handling of gun violence, while 36% are satisfied with his response to crime. Biden also gets low marks: 28% approve, 69% disapprove over how he's handling inflation, which rose to 6.8% this year, the highest rate since 1982. The president, whose job approval ratings have been tanking since August, gets higher marks for his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic: 53% approve, 45% disapprove, and rebuilding the U.S. with his infrastructure plan: 53% approve, 43% disapprove. But his approval rating for the coronavirus is the lowest since he took office in January, falling from 69% to 53%. Yeah, that's another, 16% fall? While the poll shows Biden struggling with his administration's domestic challenges, it also found that Americans are skeptical of his response to the Russian troop buildup on the Ukrainian border. Not just Americans, but also the Pope, apparently. The poll shows that 55% disapprove of how he's handling relations with Russia, 42% approve, and only 38% say they trust Biden to negotiate with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Biden and Putin held then it just goes straight into a story about Biden and Putin. Asked about mask mandates in their states, most 38% say the rules should stay the same, while 34% say they should be stricter, and 27% opt for less strict. Wow, that's pretty bizarre. A slight majority, 51%, support federal regulations requiring businesses with more than 100 employees, mandate employees be vaccinated for COVID-19 or undergo weekly testing, while 47% oppose such rules. The poll surveyed 524 people. That is not a very big poll.
Not really.
How is this? This is like a ABC News and Ipsos. The Ipsos is one of the biggest polling organizations in the country, and they can only get 524 people. We get like 160 on my poll about your dog.
I think before the Facelikethesun YouTube channel was shut down, I think I did a multiple choice poll on the channel, and I think it got like 4,000 or 5,000 votes.
Yeah, back when Facelikethesun was around, we could easily get like 10 times what these guys are getting. That's crazy talk.
Yeah.
So take it or leave it. I do find it interesting that Biden's approval on every metric is negative until you get to mask mandates and vaccine mandates. Then suddenly, magically, people are super stoked. Like either there's some tomfoolery happening here, or, even the mind-controlled sheep who are so excited about vaccine mandates still hate everything else that Biden is doing. I don't know. It just says something very interesting about the sort of. If nothing else, it shows that the majority of people who took this poll were liberals, and they still don't like what the guy's doing. So I don't know. Very interesting. While no, we'll continue with politics. I have a quick race war update. I don't know if you have that jingle ready, but we'll do it after politics.
I don't have that. I remember I lost that jingle. That was one of the jingles I can't find.
We might just skip it entirely, but it's okay. Let's keep going.
All right.
Kamala. She comes and goes. She comes and goes.
Yeah. San Francisco Chronicle. 1 year in, Kamala Harris says she won't be distracted by ridiculous headlines.
You know what's so funny? This is they are holding this line very firm, the Biden administration, including Kamala, because I believe it was in that same Jimmy Fallon interview that we clipped at the beginning of the show.
Uh-huh.
Jimmy asks Biden, do you pay attention to approval ratings? And Biden says, not anymore.
Yeah,
and the
not
crowd
anymore,
goes wild and laughs, and he kind of tries to say, like, I haven't paid attention to approval ratings since 1960. And Jimmy's like, yeah, good for you.
Not a
and
joke.
It's like, yeah. Like, bro, you probably should pay attention to approval ratings. That actually explains a lot of your behavior.
Yeah. Do you want to read this? The dog is, I don't think I timed his little potty break very well. Mm-hmm. So he's kind of bothering me to take care of business here. So I'm going to take a step out, and if you can cover the story here.
Okay. All right. Co-pilot, go hit the loo.
Yeah, here you go.
This is coming from San Francisco Chronicle. Like Gonz read, 1 year in, Kamala Harris says she won't be distracted by ridiculous headlines. As Vice President Kamala Harris was about to convene the first White House Day of Action on maternal health last week, the internet was obsessing over her distrust of Bluetooth headphones. Her response the next day in her West Wing office, really? For Harris and her team, it typified what they see as a media focus on the frivolous over the substantive during her first year in office. Oh, please, San Francisco Chronicle. Okay, but headphone wires aside, Harris is trying to navigate a range of scrutiny about how she's handled the job, recent high-profile staff departures, and her ability to balance supporting President Biden unfailingly, even as speculation swirls about her own political future. In a wide-ranging interview with the Chronicle, Harris reflected on the opportunities and constraints of her position. She also weighed in on some of the pivotal issues that will shape the political landscape going into next year's midterm elections, warning of grave consequences if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. They're not going to overturn Roe versus Wade. That is similar to the Texas abortion ban, which was immediately appealed, but only after it inspired and mobilized Democrats to reelect Governor Newsom. Governor Gavin Newsom.
Back.
Yes, Roe versus Wade is not going to be overturned. It's just it's a dog whistle for the midterms, folks. Settle down. Defending her work to stem migration from the southern border and acknowledging where Democrats' sweeping social infrastructure bill might fall short of the administration's goals. Other than serving as president of the Senate, which mainly requires casting tie-breaking votes, which she did an hour before the interview, the role of vice president is nebulous. For Harris and Biden, a former vice president, there was no honeymoon to build her office or find her footing, as the administration took over amid the raging pandemic in the days after the January 6th insurrection. Capitol. Adding further pressure is Harris's historic position and constant questions over her future, given Biden's status as the oldest president at the time of his election. He's now 79. Quote, "There's nothing about this job that is supposed to be easy," Harris said. Quote, "If something is coming to me, it's because it needs to be addressed and because by definition, it's not going to be easy." Not sure about that, Kamala, but okay. If it was easy, it would have been handled before it comes to me. A day earlier...
Just real quick, Biden had a similar answer on the Jimmy Fallon thing. Again, part of the interview that we didn't clip. But he says something similar where he's like, I'm in charge of the whole shebang, you know, and he's like, you know, if something gets to my desk, it means it wasn't resolved, you know, in the Senate or the House or whatever.
Yeah, it's a talking point.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Interesting that she
You're not
pulled
doing
the same
a good
one.
job. Well, it's not easy.
Yeah,
well,
that's the excuse. And Jimmy Fallon was all oogly about it, too. It's like, I don't think people realize how hard your job is. And I also didn't clip the part where he was going on and on about how Biden restored class in the White House. It was... couldn't handle that, so I didn't have it. But, yeah. So anyway, I just thought it was interesting that Kamala would use the same talking points. It's almost as if they have a PR coach or something.
Yeah. As if. It's almost as if the president of the United States has someone telling him what to say. A day earlier, Harris convened the maternal health event, a continuation of her work in the Senate to reduce maternal mortality and, in particular, raise awareness about health disparities. Earlier this year, the White House recognized Black Maternal Health Week for the first time. That event and her effort to center the conversation on women and women of color. Women and women of color. Apparently there's two separate
categories.
Things. Women
two separate
and women
kinds.
Of color. Yeah. That's racist, San Francisco Chronicle. I mean, it's just so crazy how it's just inherently racist.
The double standard.
Yeah, it's not even double standard. It's just double think.
Yeah. Code is not happy about it.
No, he does not sound like it. Anyways, that event centering the conversation around women and women of color is among the work she's most proud of so far. Oof. Quote, "We brought maternal health to the stage of the White House," she said.
Oof, that's as in like that's her most proud thing during her presidency so far is her race thing.
Distinguishing between women and women of color. Quote, "Giving voice to this issue, giving voice to the importance of dealing with fibroids, giving voice to the importance of doulas on the stage at the White House, commanding the attention of those who pay attention to what the White House concerns itself with. That's huge." Whoa, doulas.
That's huge.
Interesting those doulas come up again. Harris provided a dire assessment of another maternal health issue as the Supreme Court weighs a Mississippi case that could sharply curtail abortion access and even reverse Roe. No, it won't, and it can't, but okay. Harris warned that women could struggle to access life-saving procedures or turn to unsanctioned ones. Quote, "I don't mean to sound alarmist." Yes, you do. "I mean this. Women will die." Okay.
We're all gonna die.
"I don't mean to sound alarmist. I mean this. Women will die," she said. It wasn't the first time she had delivered the line, but this time it had behind it the weight of the first woman in the White House. One who made a name fighting the confirmation of the justices who now may roll back abortion rights.
Okay, she's concerned about stuff.
It goes on and on about this for quite a while. Oh my gosh, this article is the longest article in existence.
Well, Kamala's been out of the spotlight. They got to catch up.
Yeah. Okay.
No, this really
Was there something
is
specific
a very
you wanted
long
in
article.
this?
No, I just thought it was good to hear from Kamala, our vice president.
Oh yeah. No, I love these articles. There are even greater articles that document and list the problems with.
It's a lot of words
with her thing. But yes, the San Francisco Chronicle obviously putting a lot of work into, even though she's having a lot of problems and her issues are broad, many, and frequent, that she's still working on other stuff that's really important to her.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Let's check in with some Newsom science.
It's Newsom science, baby! Ha!
San Francisco Chronicle, once again, Newsom seizes on Texas abortion law tactics to go after assault rifles and ghost guns.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because when I hear Texas abortion law tactics, I hear the Democrats let the Republicans get a bill through in Texas to limit abortions so that Gavin Newsom specifically could mobilize Democrats to win his recall election.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that the San Francisco Chronicle does not mean that.
No.
Okay.
Since the Supreme Court has given Texas the green light for its new legal approach that all but bans abortions, Governor Gavin Newsom says California will use the same theory to curtail guns, letting private citizens sue people who sell assault rifles and parts for untraceable ghost guns. Quote, SCOTUS is letting private citizens in Texas sue to stop abortion. Sue to stop abortion, ? Exclamation point. Newsom tweeted Saturday, if that's the precedent, then we'll let Californians sue those who put ghost guns and assault weapons on our streets.
This is great. This is actually great news for Republicans. Because if Newsom does this, Republicans are going to win in the midterms across the country. We'll have Republican governors in every state besides New York and California.
Yeah, state officials will try to craft a measure that would allow residents to seek damages of at least $10,000 plus legal fees against anyone who manufactures, distributes, or sells an assault weapon or ghost gun kit in California. Hey,
Wow.
can they do that for vaccines too? Oh, no, they can't. Sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I know. For a moment, I thought we were living in a more fair world.
In like a logical and coherent universe.
Yeah. Quote, if states can now shield their laws from review by the federal courts that compare assault weapons to Swiss Army knives, Newsom said in a news release late Saturday, quote, then California will use the authority to protect people's lives, where Texas used it to put women in harm's way. In seizing on Texas's successful approach, Newsom's plan is likely to attract controversy along the lines of what embroiled lawmakers there after they banned all abortions after a heartbeat is detected, usually around 6 weeks into a pregnancy. Then the new law, which is already spurring droves of women to seek abortion access in California and other states, is unique in relying on enabling private citizens to sue abortion providers for the same amount Newsom is proposing in his new gun measure, $10,000. President Biden criticized that citizen litigation path as the, quote, most pernicious aspect of the Texas abortion law because, he said, it creates, quote, a sort of vigilante system by encouraging the public to police the issue. Yeah, the virtual panopticon, people policing themselves. Newsom's office billed his gun announcement as a direct response to Friday's Supreme Court decision that largely allowed the Texas abortion measure to stand. Jessica Levinson, a Supreme Court expert who teaches constitutional law at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles, told the Chronicle that Newsom is hoping again to be a, quote, quarter step ahead of public opinion and one step ahead of where he can go legally, as he was in his support of same-sex marriage and legalization of marijuana. Just like he was so ahead of the curve on same-sex marriage and legalizing pot. Thus, once again, Newsom ahead of the curb. Quote, he is proposing to use a mechanism that he and many others have vilified, but I think it's quite smart, right? Question mark. I think it's a big FU to the Supreme Court, Levinson said. Quote, if you're going to allow unconstitutional laws, or I should say in this case, constitutionally questionable laws that are insulated from judicial review, then we're going to use that in our advantage. Newsom gave few details about his plan. Its prospect in the legislature were not clear. It goes on here. I think unless you skipped ahead and saw something that you thought was important.
No, I'm trying to figure out the amount of rifle killings
in California
versus abortions in Texas.
See, you're trying to do.
I would love to have the exact numbers, but I'm not going to be able to find them here in the metaverse right now. But I can pretty much guarantee that the abortions,
more abortions,
highly outweigh the rifle killings in California. I couldn't find a number. I couldn't find an article about an AR-15 shooting in California.
AR-15 style rifle.
Right. Well, yeah, I was searching for a rifle in California. I don't know. I'm just curious. Like, what is it? How often does this happen in California?
Yeah. Interesting to look at.
It happens every once in a while around the country, but
right.
California would-be victim manages to get robber's gun and uses it against him. Okay.
Seems to be the plan. Use the weapons forged against me.
Yeah. Yep. Hard to find.
Well, yeah.
All right.
You're not privy to the facts because the facts don't align with the policies here.
That's true. I need my facts to be handed to me by the government.
Right.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, this will be interesting. Like I said, if he does pull this off, pretty much every governor in the country, again, besides California and New York, will be a Republican. They'll have the exact, just like he said, the Texas abortion law tactics. It'll work exactly the same.
Yep. We have a little New World Order update here.
Okay.
I introduced the idea of keeping track of some of the factions of this new global governance that is emerging, the various players and characters, and two major sides to this. You have, well, you said three, which I understand, if we want to be more nuanced. But
I was kind of starting, I was kind of like trying to get some sort of some middle ground type of thing, because there's those who are propagators of an agenda and there are followers of an agenda.
Right. Well, the basic concept was that there would be, similar to the right-left political divide in America, you'd have something like it, two parties, maybe three, I don't know, that would be opposed to one another. And I have a clip here from Charles Hoskinson, who is one of the founders of Cardano, the cryptocurrency project. And he was part of the team that created Ethereum. And we've reported on Charles before. And of course, if you don't know about Cardano, we've talked about how under the hood they have some a protocol called Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, the loop, and a lot of esoteric and occult and mythological references to a lot of what Cardano does. But he he goes on a little rant here I have a clip of, and he's railing against central banks and the current financial system, the current financial infrastructure. And when he talks about he's talking about crypto, not just Cardano. He's talking about the crypto world that is emerging, the metaverse, all that stuff, as a counter to the establishment. So basically, it's anti-establishment talk, which clarifies the different factions here. But let's listen to what he says here.
It wasn't us who charged 15% to some of the poorest people in the world to move their money home to take care of their parents. It was the people who ran the old system. It wasn't us in this industry who charge 85% interest to lend $100 to a subsistence farmer desperately trying to survive after a drought. It was the legacy financial system. It wasn't our industry that laundered hundreds of billions of dollars for drug dealers and evaded sanctions and participated in oil for food and all kinds of these horrible programs that ended up enriching and empowering some of the worst human beings the world has ever known. It was the legacy financial system. And never allow them to say that ours is the industry that's the risk. Ours is the industry that's the antidote to the excesses, corruption, and nepotism that we've found. This is an industry of frustration that has now been replaced by an industry of creativity and innovation. We're going to change the world. It's just that simple. We didn't ask permission. We came here and we're going to get it done together. And there's simply too many people now. The markets are simply too large. The innovation is simply too vast. It's going to happen. It's no longer a question of if, it's when, and how will these dinosaurs find a way to survive in this new order.
A new world order. A new world order. A new world order.
How are those dinosaurs going to survive the new order, Basil?
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't mince words there. And again, it's so interesting that your Elon Musks, your Charles Hoskinsons, the talking points are completely agreeable. You know, like, yeah, the infrastructure, the financial system rips people off. They launder money. I mean, they're horrible. They fund wars. I mean, it's like the worst thing. The reason why we're in this predicament has to do a lot with the central bankers and the worldwide financial institutions that have control and power and leverage over various jurisdictions and everything else. So, yes, completely agreeable. But there's like this line that gets crossed, at least for me, where it's like, okay, it's gone from, hey, we're just trying to carve out our own here, to like, this is a revolution. We are part of the new order. The old guard will have to survive in this new... It's like this weird galvanizing of a movement, of a revolution.
Yeah.
And that's where it's kind of like, okay, it's starting to sound more, I guess...
Yeah. Well,
dangerous.
I mean, it speaks to the sort of philosophical concept that the revolutionaries become the despots.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, the Animal Farm
situation. There's an authoritarian, there's some sort of bad leadership structure, and then there's a revolution, and once the revolutionaries take control, then they become the thing that they fought against. I mean, it's literally the
theme of Animal Farm.
The whole cycle of history happening over and over.
Yeah, and it's it really is that, and you know, people have brought up this conversation about, are you going to participate in the Great Reset or the Great Awakening? You know, and both sides seem to have their agendas.
As if history could go any other way.
Right,
though.
right.
You know, especially, I mean, history going any other way, just from a historical perspective, not even mentioning, you know, the sort of biblical prophetic perspective, which is like, you know, those prophecies were not written in scripture so that they could be avoided.
Right.
You know, they weren't written there so they wouldn't happen.
Well, some do argue, some of the Old Testament, more doom and gloom books in the Old Testament, where, you know, the prophets weren't necessarily making one-to-one prediction. They were more warning God's people and what could happen if you turn your back on God, and then what did happen when they did and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's very much like,
but also in the Old Testament prophecies that you're talking about. And I mean, and I think there's a difference between New Testament and Old Testament prophecies.
Yes.
But even in the Old Testament prophecies, they were warnings, and they were, you know, they were meant to be acted on to avoid a bad outcome. And They never did.
I know they never did.
They always
they never heeded the warning.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that is a lesson learned. But yes, that seems to be similar to this. But it's interesting. It's an interesting time to be to watch the people in the world, the leaders of new industry, of new asset classes, and everything else. Pick their team almost. Like, I'm going to be part of the anti-establishment revolution, whereas others will be like, hey, I'm all in. Visa, MasterCard, take me. I am yours. Like they let the institutions kind of hold them up. So it's just an interesting thing happening.
And it goes into the shift of the sort of meta trend, the shifting in the ideas of citizenry too. We've talked about nation states being a relatively new idea within the human experience. We tend to take it for granted, but the nation state, as we consider it now, is extremely new idea. But we're moving into this fourth industrial revolution where citizenry is not of nation states, but of corporations and ideologies.
Ideology, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that conversation fits in with, the economic system, because traditionally, what controls the currency? It's the nation state. Well, what could possibly control a decentralized currency? Nothing. You become a citizen of something else besides, some people will become citizens of Visa and MasterCard and the legacy system, but some people will become citizens of whatever this other thing is, as we all sit in our bunkers in the metaverse.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of which, let's check in on some AI.
Artificial intelligence.
This is a bit of a continuation of a conversation in an article that we read last week, but let's get into it. This comes from Futurism.com. Researchers asked an advanced AI whether AI could ever be ethical, and it said no. Is artificial intelligence inherently good, inherently bad, or does it all depend on the specifics? Students at Oxford says business school who are... What did I just say? Students at Oxford's said business school. There's a said business school who are studying ethics and AI attempted to answer that question by hosting a debate with an actual AI. An essay by a pair of Oxford scholars in The Conversation describes an eyebrow-raising anecdote in which the researchers hosted a debate about the ethics of automated AI stock trading and facial recognition software and allowed an AI to participate. Quote, AI will never be ethical, the AI said during the debate. Quote, it is a tool, and like any tool, it is used for good and bad. There is no such thing as a good AI, only good and bad humans. The AI was NVIDIA's Megatron transformer, which was trained by consuming more digital writing and content than a human could expect to in a lifetime, reading the whole of Wikipedia, millions of English language news articles, and more. It sounds like us in a week. It's worth noting that many AIs will give different answers depending on context and phrasing, and this incident was no exception. The AI's initial answer during the debate was that tech is neutral, a tool to be used by humans for good or bad. But then the team asked it to give an opposing viewpoint as well, leading to its anti-AI conclusion. That Megatron came up with logical opinions on both sides of an ethical debate perhaps just confirms a more general idea that AI can be good or bad depending on the context, and that we better think long and hard about the consequences of giving it much power. And if we don't, Megatron itself posed a solution to prevent, for example, automated weapon systems deploying rockets without human decision-making. Quote, I believe that the only way to avoid an AI arms race is to have no AI at all, it said. Quote, this will be the ultimate defense against AI. Ooh, sounds like Elon Musk got into this AI.
Yeah, that is, first off, Megatron talking here.
It's fun.
Yeah. But also, I don't get this appeals to the concept of a subjective morality, that it's all about context. You know, like, hey, stealing is bad, but is it bad if you're stealing to feed your starving family? You know, that kind of stuff.
Democrat robot.
But that's I think the problem with the AI is it's never going to, at least the way I understand it, in terms of its own ethics, it's only going to do what it is programmed to do, or at least it is taught to do based on the information provided. And like the article said, it's all context driven. And I understand the black box and not knowing exactly how they came up with the answers.
I don't think you could quite say that it does what it's programmed to do, because it can learn.
Oh, sure.
But it does depend on the external factors of what it is learning from.
Right. And so I don't know. It becomes a very deep philosophical question, one that's been around for a long time, which is are ethics and morals, is it something that binds us in our behavior, or is it separate from us? It's the conversation between objective moral values and duties versus subjective.
Right.
And
which inevitably this AI ethics conversation always
brings it back to. Yeah.
I thought actually it brought up something new, which I thought was very interesting. In its quote, when it said, "It is a tool and not any tool. It is used for good and bad. There is no such thing as a good AI, only good and bad humans." And, you know, on one hand, it's just trying to describe itself as like, hey, I am a tool. If whoever wields me is really the one, you know, responsible. I'm just a cute little AI. Don't be mad at me. I'm just a baby. But really, it's bringing up a much more intense point, being, you know, claiming neutrality, claiming moral neutrality, as opposed to the mercurial, unpredictable good and bad humans. So in a way, you kind of have the AI claiming some sort of superiority.
Yeah, I was going to say superiority, but because it allows for a magnification or an extension of the human that operates it. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Again, it's just difficult, but I just have to say it.
Okay.
The term operates it doesn't really apply. It's just the information like that it pulls from.
It receives.
You know, yeah. It's not even about a human operating it or a human programming it or a human acting directly with the AI. But if you tell the AI, hey, read the entire internet and then make decisions based on that, you're not just, you know, have one human at the helm coding and teaching it. You have all of human combined knowledge going into it. And the reflection that comes out of the AI will be based on the entire world.
Well, that's really interesting too, though, because the article states, well, like you mentioned, it boasts this neutrality or this transcendence to human morality. It's like, oh, it's just humans are evil and good. I am just a tool. But what was I going to say? I had a moment.
I don't know, but maybe this will spark something in you, which is, you know,
it
actually is sort of the ultimate litmus test. Like, you know, philosophers have been wondering for thousands of years, are humans basically good or are humans basically bad?
Yes. Okay,
you just let the AI consume all of our, you know,
our
combined knowledge and information, and the AI will let us know right away if we are good or bad.
That was my point.
If it comes out of its little digital classroom, guns blazing, we know that.
Well, no, think about this.
We're sort of, as a collective, not that great.
Well, that's the thing, is that this AI learned from Wikipedia and all the human info, and what it came out with is, I am just a tool. I am not good or bad. You are good or bad, you know?
I know. I am skeptical of the Wikipedia
Yeah, that is
input
very
though,
shady.
because it's it's just a very highly moderated environment.
Yeah.
It's much different having it learn on news and Wikipedia, because it's highly edited, highly moderated, is crafted for one particular viewpoint or representation of humanity. Whereas if you just set the thing free on the internet to take in all the horrible things and hopefully some good things.
This is where I would like to be more educated on how this type of AI works, because it would make sense in my head if there's some kind of like point system, certain words or certain sequences of words are each assigned some kind of score that determines whether it is good or bad. How does that even get programmed in there?
We probably don't even know. That's the black box aspect of it. That's kind of one of the misunderstandings of this type of thing and AI, because it always goes to like, well, it depends on what the humans do. Well, the humans are going to tell you they didn't do anything. They just created a learning program, and they admit they have no idea what happens inside the depths of the AI. It comes to its own conclusions, and they're not even able to go in there and track down how it came to a conclusion.
Right.
So, it's even more removed, and that's what makes it so much more uncertain, which, there is a degree to which we should not be too enthusiastic about the benefits of AI. But, on the other hand, we should note that a large percentage of the uncertainty and fear we have about AI is precisely the fact we have no idea what goes on inside and how it's coming to its conclusion, which is totally normal. So if you adjust for those two extremes, we still kind of come out on the Elon Musk side of things, but there are certainly people who come out on the other side. But I think it's interesting how this AI is trying to lay the blame for any of its future actions on humans, when the fact of the matter is we don't have control over the AI. That's why it is AI. It wouldn't be AI if we had control over it.
Yeah.
By definition.
By them saying that a lot of the answers depend on context and phrasing, I'm just very curious if I don't know. I would like to know what the humans did before the AI ran off and started reading and consuming all that information, because context and phrasing, how it processes that, can be very telling as to how even if the AI develops its own processing of like what is good, what is bad.
It learns context and phrasing from the input, which in this case was Wikipedia.
Okay. So, because when I'm, if you're reading an article from, let's say, like Fox News, if you're like a Democrat, you read Fox News, this is outrageous, this is ridiculous. If you're a Republican, you read any CNN article, anything that even sounds positive is you know what I mean? So I understand that depending on context and phrasing. I'm just wondering what or at all or at any level was there any kind of spin-off? What did they start with? What's the base layer when it comes to the AI learning or understanding this stuff? And I get that things get out of control once you
and the other side of it is we have to remember that in the context of AI like this, it's more, if anything, it's more of a scrying tool than it is an actual consciousness and something actually coming to a conclusion.
Yeah.
And by scrying tool, I mean like anything, like throwing bones or tea leaves or whatever. You have some sort of random input. I mean, humans have been using scrying tools for forever. You got bones, you got dice, you got stones. In the New Testament Hebrew culture, you've got all sorts of these types of things. Dowsing rods, tea leaves,
crystal balls.
These tools, which are more or less just randomness,
divination.
But then we read into the randomness, and that's why people love playing around with these AIs so much, because it's more or less randomness. You get a bunch of input, you don't know what it does, and then it you don't know what happens inside, but then the output you have a chance to kind of like interpret it. And what does this mean for us? And it's very similar to, throwing the bones.
It's kind of like the magic 8-ball. You wiggle it around. You don't know exactly how the die is turning in the liquid there.
Yeah, another example of the magic of the scrying tool. Yeah, maybe even a better example, because yes, you don't know what's going on inside there, and
but then you get a result,
it gives you an answer
and then you can interpret.
that you are responsible for putting into context.
Right. Interesting.
It's always fun to talk about, though.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Break
Should we
time.
look at some art?
Let's do it.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
This is our second break. We spend this time to thank our producers who came in with their time and talent, and we consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a therapeutic reflection of our troubling world. And we do it in different ways. We process this troubling world in various ways through talking about things like AI and the ethics. And what our producers do to contribute is provide art and music or jingles and
or
poetry, any kind of the arts or expression. And we are a safe place to express all the troubling things of the world, and helps the community process everything in fun ways, but also in artistic ways. And today we're going to start things off by first thanking producer Christine C. for doing the timestamps for episode 421. Thank you very much, Christine C. And that's a very important part of the whole Canary Cry producer things to do here. But we're going to do some jingles here.
We have a new jingle. Never cry news talk.
The first jingles, plural, we got a couple from Psalm 40, I think. Wait, we got one from Learbag too. Did that just come in?
No, it came in before the show.
Oh, it did. I didn't realize that. I didn't see that one. Okay, well, I'll add him to the list. We have, again, a couple from Psalm 40. I'm trying to see if he had a note to go along with this couple of pieces here. So this one came in. It's called The Creation. He says, hey there, hope you all had a great weekend and Sabbath. Here it is, Song 1, The Creation. As you'll notice, several verses are omitted, but I think I did okay in getting the message across. What are your opinions on the way I condensed it? I also wanted yours and the viewer's opinion on extra biblical verses, Jasher or Jubilee, being implemented in future songs, or maybe the Book of Enoch, Book 1. God bless and thanks for everything. So we won't play the entire thing here, but we can play a little bit to get a feel for The Creation. Oh no, what happened to it? Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. I think the words are coming in here in a few seconds. Mm-hmm. Give it a moment.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. Darkness covered the face of the deep. As the Spirit of God hovered over the waters, he said, "Let there be light," and it was so. God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. Then God said, "Let us make man in our own image, after our own likeness, and let them have dominion."
We'll play the full track at the end of the show.
Very cool. Love it.
Very good. Good, cool vibes here from Psalm 40. Appreciate it. He also sent in, I think it was a little thing last week that it was a little late, but I believe it was, what is it called? He had a cybernetic organism. Here it is.
A cybernetic organism, living tissue of a metal endoskeleton.
A little quiet.
A little
Can you boost
quiet.
it?
No, I can't. It came in really quiet on the file. So Psalm 40, if you can boost that one. I think I heard Arnold there. Doing a little cybernetic organism thing there. So appreciate that. Thank you very much, Psalm 40. Next up, we got a little piece from Marty B. So we have to play our Marty B jingle, which I have here.
Biden's your Marty B jingle.
And actually, Marty B came in with a Runk Smash jingle. I like it.
That's fun.
Definitely got the smashy feel to it.
Yeah, we can play that. In front of the microfiction, maybe?
I because Runk Smash has a monopoly on the microfiction segment. Yes, it's basically the microfiction jingle for now.
Okay, good.
So we'll hear that in a little bit here. Also, we got one from producer Mike. Right? Am I doing that right? Mike. Mm-hmm. Yep. This is a 100 streak jingle submission.
100 times.
Whoa.
There's a spot at the end. Hold on, quiet at the end there. Bruh. That's my favorite part.
That's funny.
At the very end.
Very good. This is great. Yes, when a producer gets to 100 episode in a row streak, we have got a nice little lineup to throw a big old party for him.
We definitely have a few things that we can do here.
Got a number of them, right? We got 3. At
least 2. Yeah, we might have 3.
I think we have 3.
All right, appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Producer Mike.
Thank you, Producer Mike. And then lastly, we have Learbag 3000 who came in, and I had to grab this. He's called a potential intro. Let's see if he actually had a note with it here.
I listened to it. I'm thinking maybe he's referring to like the pre-show music.
Okay. So he says, hey, guys.
There's a little reference, little musical reference at the end.
Sure. He says, I've been told that the Canary Cry intro was in major need of updateification. That's right. It's been updateified. I went for a modernized version of the previous Vive. Let me know what y'all think. Feel free to push back if you think anything needs to be modified, or shoot, if Gonz has an iPhone, I can even send him the project file through GarageBand. Let me know. Biblical reminder, James 1:22. But be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. Take a listen. I like it.
Yes, it's very, very vibey, and it's about 2.5 minutes long.
It'll kick in right here. Oh, feel that bass. I like it. So
feel that bass over the Skype compression. I liked it a lot. It's 2.5 minutes long. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. There it is. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Just wanted to hear it.
Thank you very much, Learpack. Yeah, I say we throw it on the. I don't know if it was like supposed to be a intro to the show proper, but
the pre-show.
I think definitely a pre-show jam.
I think so. I think we'll add it into the. We'll add it into the mix for the pre-show. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Learbag 3000. Time for some art.
One art, please.
I gotta boost that. I remember I had to boost it before. I gotta boost it again because I found the original file, not the boosted version.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna start things off with Dame Allie.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And per usual here, Dame Allie comes in with a piece and a note that accompanies all of the information that we need. This one is called FEMA. And it says Federal Emergency Management Agency Administrator Deanne Criswell laid blame on climate change for the deadly tornado outbreak over the weekend, claiming such disasters will be the new normal from now on. Quote, "This is going to be our new normal," Criswell said during an appearance.
How did she think that it'd be a good idea to start using that term again?
Criswell said during an appearance on CNN Sunday, quote, "The effects we are seeing of climate change are the crisis of our generation," Criswell said. "We're taking a lot of efforts at FEMA to work with communities to help reduce the impacts that we're seeing from these severe weather events and help to develop system-wide projects that can help protect communities." Ms. Criswell is also, in this particular case, wearing secret video glasses, which is what Allie drew here.
Oh, secret video glasses.
Secret
okay.
video glasses.
Was that a real thing, or is that a
I think it's part
conspiracy
of the
theory?
I think it's part of the conspiracy theory. But the story we're reading from is from the Fox article. FEMA administrator blames climate change for deadly tornado outbreak. So there's Allie's piece here, and this is her.
We've got a portrait of this woman. What's her name again?
Her name is Criswell. It's
Criswell.
Deanne Criswell.
Looking at the picture here on the article, yes, did a wonderful job, Dame Allie. We could do a whole gallery of, portraits of government figures through the pandemic.
Yeah.
If we wrote a book about the pandemic, we would have a pencil sketch portrait of every character that played a part in the nonsense.
We should do.
I love it. And of course, they all have lizard eyes.
Yeah, they have lizard eyes. We should just do the pandemic NFT series. Get all the characters.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dame Allie. Very well done.
Thank you, Dame Allie. Yes, and the lizard eyes are present. You can see. What else is going on? I'm always looking for a little extra something. Hairy ears, maybe a lizard giveaway. All right, thank you very much, Dame Allie. Next up, we have Sir Dove, Knight of Rusbeltia. Sir Dove, Knight of Rusbeltia.
1 art piece from Dove.
Yeah, you got to say it louder when the jingle plays.
The jingle board doesn't respond unless I yell at it. We actually got 2 pieces from Dove today, and he says, piece for this week's Bible artwork. I have a piece from Proverbs 6:6. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise. Is that the one I'm showing? Hold on.
Yes,
it's the one with the ants. Yeah. You want to describe that one?
Yeah, this is awesome. We've got a background of like an old-timey railroad bridge, the view from underneath, looking at all the scaffolding, and we've got some funny little multicolored ants that are carrying around leaves, using some teamwork there. And up at the top, in some pretty extraordinary sort of street art graffiti style font, it says, "Consider the ant." Mm-hmm. It's not going to lie. I and my old millennial eyeballs were having trouble figuring out exactly what the text said. Maybe it's just because I'm not urban enough to read.
You need to get with the program.
But I figured it out once I heard it. It made total sense.
Yes. So that's one piece.
Love it.
Appreciate it. I like that. It's like a scripture, and nobody looking at this would immediately think, "Oh yes, scripture."
Totally.
But then if anybody asks, you can bring it up. It's a good way to bring it up.
This is reminding me. We keep forgetting to instigate the Sir Dove giveaway.
Oh, right. Yeah.
We need to do
behind on that.
I know. We got to write that down so we remember. We'll do it on Wednesday or something.
Okay.
Or Friday.
The other piece he sent us is of this butterfly. And it says, the other piece from Romans 12:2, "But be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." Hope you guys like him. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins.
Yahoo! We've got a very Dove recognizable butterfly here, looking beautiful. Does have some googly eye adjacent eyeballs, but some big beautiful butterfly, Project Monarch style. And it says "Renew your mind" on the top and the bottom of the butterfly, which I think would have some maybe anti-MK Ultra flair to it, you know?
Yeah.
Renew your mind after it's been, mind controlled by the government experiments.
Project Monarch taking over. Yeah, it's like reversing Project Monarch there. Mm-hmm. Very nice. Thank you very much, Sir Dev.
Love it. Thank you very much, Sir Dev.
Keep it up. Is that it for art?
I think that might be it for art. I did not see a whole bunch of art come in. Yeah. I can do a quick double check. I'm just
going to check the Proton Mail to make sure. Because sometimes
that looks... Oh, I think we did have some art in the Proton Mail.
Okay.
We got some emails for art in the Proton Mail, but the art was not attached.
Uh-oh, somebody forgot to attach the image.
Yes, the image was not attached. I saw it right before the show. So we'll need to reach out to that person. Or they'll probably already know because they were expecting some art of theirs to be on the show. So there you go. I think that is all of our art. And thank you to all of our very talented artists. And remember that I will be uploading the art onto the Instagram. So if you're not following us on Instagram already, you should go follow us on Instagram so you can look at the art while you hear it talked about on the show. Just search for Canary Cry News Talk.
There you go.
Are you ready for some microfiction from Runk Smash?
Hold on. Did we get a couple from Grace today? It says it came in this morning.
What I just talked about.
Oh,
there's no art attached.
Interesting. Huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. It says art I forgot to add. And that one doesn't have it either, huh?
I know. It's very meta. She forgot to add it again.
Okay. Okay. Or maybe the lizard people don't want the art to come through the interwebs.
Too powerful.
Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, sorry about that, Miss G Beauty, but we'll hopefully we'll get it for the next episode. We're going to talk about some meetups here.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com and look for a meetup happening near you, or if there's not a meetup happening near you, put one together yourself. Invite people in your community who may be Canary Cry listeners. Choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, promote it. It's all it takes. Really not that difficult. I'm going to start things off with Ciara, one of our prolific producers. She does a Zoom virtual hangout meetup every third Saturday of the month, which I guess this week, this Friday would be the third Saturday, right? Yeah, 18th. So that will be coming up for anybody that wants to fellowship and hang out on Zoom. And also Washington and Canada, Canary Cry Community Meetup, Peace Arch National Park, March 19th, 2022. Still a ways for that one. December 20th, I believe that is, I guess it's next Monday. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That's Josiah B. Dyer at gmail.com organizing a meetup in Baton Rouge. 6:30 p.m. at Tsunami Sushi on the roof of the Shaw Arts Center downtown. Again, contact Josiah B. Dyer at gmail.com for that one if you're in the Louisiana area. And also Josiah is doing another meetup, the second one for Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, January 9th, 2022. And it's going to be a late Christmas complete with white elephant gift giving, location yet to be determined. So there you go. That's the Coeur d'Alene. That's Josiah B. Dyer doing both of those. We have the Florida meetup coming up January 22nd, 2022. The Florida Panhandle CCC meetup, 5:33 p.m. Ye Old Brothers Brewery, Navarre, Florida. Kids welcome. You can RSVP kmbrown815 at gmail.com and Jackie Umphrey at mail.com if you want to join in with the Canarians doing a meetup over there in Florida. And also, January 22nd, 2022, you have the South Carolina meetup. For anybody living in Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, it is the South Carolina Super Southeast Mega Meetup. Saturday, January 22nd, 2022, at 4:30 p.m. at the Yeehaw Brewing Co., Greensville, South Carolina. Contact JC or Morv at sccanarians@protonmail.com. And there was a meetup this weekend, the Bend, Oregon meetup, right? Was that this past weekend? I thought it might have been. I don't think we've heard any reports from it. So, Gabe, producer Gabe, if there was a report, send it our way. Let us know how it went.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for the meetups.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And yes, everybody, remember, head on over to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. See if there's a meetup near you. And if there's not, put one on yourself. It's easy. You got to eat. So you might as well invite some other Canarians. And we guarantee you that there are some in your area. It's just math, people. All right.
This is fun.
Okay, time for some microfiction.
All right, microfiction from Runk Smash. Smash. Smash.
Whee!
It's really got a Donkey Kong vibe to it.
I like it. Okay, here we go. The microfiction goes like this. Basil races down the streets of Chicago in his Jeep armored with wet food lids, dodging goats and children in googly-eyed samurai masks as he gets to Narrative HQ. A Gonz hops in holding a tabby. I miss podcasting, he sighs as the Iron Cubs arrive.
Cool.
Yes, apparently in the future. I like how it's a Gonz hops in. With all this time traveling and dimension hopping, we never know.
Just one of
There
me.
is no the Gonz.
Yeah, it's Gonz.
Yes, and we've apparently gotten off track, and podcasting is not our thing. We're too busy taking down the lizard people.
Excellent.
Now, he did a little something different this time. He sent a list of references just for, I don't know if it's just for us or just to share, but I will share it because, yes, to new listeners of the show, the microfictions could seem, well, a little crazy. But they are packed with references to the show and other Canary Cry lore and recent episodes. And so he sent this. Here's a reference counter. Here's a sample for this episode. Number 1, Chicago is from Basil's rant about how y'all are actually shills from 420. 2, the Mad Max Jeep is from the Round Table item Fancy Feast Wet Food from All Nightings. That's right. 3, Christine's Goats of War from episode 419 articles, and Basil's closing rant complete with amazing song. Yes, this was the goats who wear VR glasses.
Right.
As well as masks. 4, Canary Cry Babies, googly-eyed samurai kids from 421. Narrative HQ. Yeah, I just made that up based on y'all's always dissecting narratives, but it's become a thing. Yes, indeed, Narrative HQ is now a thing. 6, Gonz Tabby was the stranger in the fake beard from 411. Ooh, a reference from 10, 11, 12, 10, 11. 11 episodes ago. Math is hard. 7, the Iron Cubs are from 421's Flippy update. Yes, that was the jetpack scary dolls robots from Italy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. This whole list is to show you how much red string I need to use in order to make this. Y'all are totally worth it. Thank you very much, Runk Smash. Yep, and that is it.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
It's all coming together.
Yes. All right, I think that's it. Shall we get to the last part of the show?
Shall we?
We shall.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's got to be biblical.
Basil, I was going to pick one of the two stories here, but we can run through both. Go ahead. We don't have to read all of it, but it's up to you. What do you think?
The first one was a little long, but I like the second one because it goes into the scrying conversation that we are having.
Yeah, they both have important...
It is getting quite late, but why don't you give us a quick review of the first one there?
All right,
I'll go into the second one.
Real quick. This first article is from thechristianpost.com, and it is titled, "The Greek word pharmakia does not refer to Big Pharma." Michael Brown wrote
thanks,
this.
Christianity Today.
I'm really upset about this.
Or Christian Post.
Christian Post, yeah. As often happens on radio, I unintentionally stir up a hornet's nest by giving a straightforward, factual answer to a question that, to my knowledge, is not controversial at all. Soon enough, I learned that, in fact, I have slaughtered a sacred cow without even knowing it. That's actually, the scrying conversation, it applies here to this article as well. That's the case with the subject of the Greek word pharmakia in Revelation 18:23. Does it connect in any way to the use of pharmaceuticals today?
Didn't you read something almost exactly the same as this last week?
Similar. I don't think it was this article though. This came out on
we read another article. I think it was from Christianity Today.
We did have a pharmakia. Yeah. We did have a story about the pharmakia. I think this was kind of in response to that one. In fact.
Okay.
Okay, so the case with the subject matter, pharmakia in Revelation 18, Oh, does it connect to, is it an indictment of Big Pharma? Does it tie in with the COVID vaccines? After explaining to a caller last week that the word simply means sorcery, I followed up with an article that went into more depth. In short, among New Testament scholars, there is no controversy here, which is quite telling since they have devoted decades of their lives to studying the language, meaning appeal to authority. How is it that people who cannot read a word of Greek know better? It's one thing. And by the way, he says it's sorcery. It's like, he's talking about sorcery, not pharmaceuticals. And it's like, okay, don't you think if you appeared in front of John on the island of Patmos and was like, take this pill and it shall heal you of your pains, or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's not even. Don't you think? I mean, it's in the scholarly definitions of pharmakia that includes sorcery and also includes the healing of the body using potions and lotions and things like that.
It's one thing to dispute the meaning of a verse in the Bible. It's another thing to say that an ancient word means something it does not mean. For those who claim that the Spirit is opening their eyes to the real understanding of the word, would the Spirit tell you that up means down, or black means white, or truth means lies? Certainly not. You see, he goes a little overboard, I think. In the same way, the Spirit would not tell you that the Greek word means something very different than what it actually means. He is the Spirit of truth, after all. Looking back through history, over 1,700 years ago, when the Aramaic-speaking Christians translated pharmakia in Revelation 18:23 into their language, Syriac, they translated it with sorcery. And over 1,500 years ago, when Jerome translated this word into Latin, he translated it with sorcery, magic. To this day, almost every English version of the Bible translates pharmakia here with sorcery or the like. That includes KJV and NASB, which is witchcraft, ESV, sorcery, NIV, magic spell, and others. If there was any connection to quote-unquote drugs, it would only be in the sense of producing drug-induced magical spells, not in the sense of pharmaceutical.
Exactly.
Not in the sense of pharmaceutical use.
Strong's Concordance, pharmakia, the use of medicine, drugs, or spells.
Yeah. That's why the related word pharmakos, found in Revelation 21:8, describes people who will be cast into the lake of fire. It's translated sorcerer, not pharmacist, obviously. I could go on.
What?
I can go on, but I'm going to stop there because his argument is...
There is no argument.
It's not an argument.
Sources, there's no nothing. It's just him being like, oh, don't be crazy, Christians. The word doesn't mean what the word means.
And, he ends the article here with, to apply this to Big Pharma is not only bad exegesis, it is immoral. And that being said, do not think that most people will abandon this interpretation once and for all. Sadly, no. But some will, and so for their sake, and for the sake of the truth, I've written this follow-up article as plainly and simply as I can. In fact, I'll give a quick recap of the big picture in 3 sentences, like he's feeding a child. And those 3 sentences are, the COVID virus is not a plague from the book of Revelation. The vaccine is not the mark of the beast. And Big Pharma is not Babylon the Great.
Oh, well, if this guy says it, then it must be true.
Well, Dr. Michael Brown is fairly well known. He's a very well-known Bible breakdown guy. And I think I can meet him, a few steps in. I understand that I think the logic leap of that bottom part right there where it's like, oh, pharmakia is in the Bible. It's translated sorcery. Therefore, all of big pharma is sorcery, is right there written in the book, like that.
Right.
That one-to-one connection I can understand, maybe not necessarily, something that should be mentioned or, just at least stated as fact, I guess I should say.
And to be clear, we've criticized the one-to-one pharmakia thing as well, because under the definition that a lot of people want to apply to big pharma includes Advil, includes lots of things. It includes any medicinal drug or any medicinal, it includes medicinal spells as well, but it includes drugs or medication. I mean, it's in the definition is medications, drugs, or spells. And so, but just because, there is like a lot of things, there's a complexity and subtlety in how one applies the concept of pharmakia to big pharma. One of them, it may very well be that all big pharma is pharmakia, but that includes taking Advil, it includes taking whatever, any drug for medicinal purposes, and yes, would include vaccines and other medications as well, but. It's more of a complexity on that side than it is to say, oh, no, it just doesn't mean the thing that it means.
Yeah,
so
it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And, it goes back to the quote that we mentioned last episode. I think I quoted it in Age of Deceit 2. Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. If you're talking about vaccines, that is advanced technology, especially compared to the first century. It would appear as magic to them. So you can't, I don't know. I understand that, you don't want to go all in with the one-to-one interpretation for various people, and you can't agree with that. But you could, as a person of influence here, Dr. Michael Brown, you could at least meet halfway and be like, I could see that could be an application.
He's obviously just pulling the line of trying to make Christians not think supernaturally or not have any anti-establishment views.
That's just so weird, especially I guess it's not surprising coming from the Christian Post, being more of a mainstream outlet. I'm sure they have
these Christian rags. They're all kind of the same.
I'm wondering if they have any big pharma sponsors,
advertisers, sponsors.
Yeah,
on their website, do they have a little section for their sponsors and donors and things like that?
I'm trying to find if there's a...
I'm sure they're a 501c3 or something, some sort of nonprofit, if they were smart.
Yeah, for sure. I'll dig around. You want to do the next one real quick? Because it kind of ties in.
Yeah, this comes from Christianity Today, which is a different,
No,
but
it's actually Christian Today.
What did I say?
Christianity Today.
Oh, they're not... Weird.
So we have the Christian Post, then we have Christian Today, and then Christianity Today is the different. Real bad one with all the pop-ups.
Yeah. The headline is tarot card use is booming, and Christians aren't talking about it much.
Unless you're part of our community.
It's because we're busy talking about AI, the real scrying, not your old 1800s scrying. As with many other occult practices, tarot reading is no longer a minority interest held by New Age practitioners. There has been an explosion in interest in the esoteric art, especially from the younger generations. A combination of visual social media platforms such as Instagram, the decline of traditional religion, along with increased anxiety about the future, appear to have boosted interest in the card-based fortune-telling. According to a 2021 YouGov survey in the UK, 24% of millennials are positive towards tarot, compared to 14% for older generations. I would say that probably still counts as a minority interest, if not even a quarter of millennials are positive toward it, but okay. As with other occult phenomena such as witchcraft, modern social media platforms such as TikTok have many videos promoting tarot. They record a boom in interest in the younger generation. You can even get a tarot reading at London's Selfridges department store, as much as £120 per half hour, where their team of gifted psychics can host any corporate media or private function. Tarot reading is the practice of pulling out cards at random from a deck and interpreting their meaning. In this way, the reader claims to tap into psychic abilities to tell the future. Tarot cards have roots in the Middle Ages, but the first Christian objections to them were about their use for gambling and frivolous game playing. Ooh. It was in 18th century France that they started to be used to predict the future. Ever since, Christians have warned about the use of tarot, or indeed about any attempt to predict the future or encourage psychic abilities. Yet, we are in a time when the wisdom of the church is often rejected, and many people are not even aware of its warnings about the occult. Today, a search on Amazon pulls up tarot decks and how-to guides that have thousands of positive reviews. Occult and esoteric bookshops report a surge in demand over the past decade. Quote, "It seems that everyone is doing it now," says Mark Pilkington, co-author of Stars, Fools, and Lovers, a lavishly illustrated history of tarot, in a pre-lockdown article in the Evening Standard. Quote, "People are both seeking to escape the horrors of the endless news cycle and also to engage in off-screen imaginative practices. In truth, tarot has never really gone away as such. It's just having a visible phase alongside a wider rediscovery of magic and occultism by a generation that grew up with Harry Potter and friends. The fear and isolation of the pandemic seems to have accelerated interest." Quote, "If you look throughout history, whenever there has been some sort of upheaval or some sort of collective anxiety in society, interest in physics has shot up."
Psychics.
Yeah. James Alcock, a professor of psychology at York University in Canada, told the New York Times, "The reason is simple. People experience a lack of control and anxiety. We'd like the pandemic to end. At one time, a rise in new atheism seemed to be reducing interest in anything to do with the supernatural, as well as religion. Perhaps this is why the modern use of tarot doesn't necessarily involve paranormal beliefs. In a recent article by the usually atheistic newspaper The Guardian, tarot was presented as more of a self-help therapeutic tool than something psychic. Modern tarot reader Jessica Dorr told the newspaper, quote, "You're not predicting the future, you're really just exploring, looking at the images and activating the imagination. I came to tarot needing to figure out how to take better care of myself and how to check in with myself, to show up for myself. Christian teachers are usually very clear that tarot is a dangerous practice and is not for believers. In the 80s and 90s, the evangelical world was very vocal about the dangers of occult practice. For example, this sermon from John Piper in 1981, using scripture such as Deuteronomy 18:9-12 and Acts 19:18 to argue that Christians must stay clear from witchcraft. The Pentecostal movement was also very vocal against using occult practices. However, more recently, there seems to have been less said. A search for tarot on the Gospel Coalition website, an important source for many conservative evangelicals, doesn't bring up much information, nor the mainstream evangelical Christianity Today, or the more progressive Relevant magazine. However, Charisma, I love how they're just naming like the worst Christian publications. However, Charisma, the U.S. voice of the charismatic movement, does warn against the occult and has reported on the recent rise in occult practice. Ha-ha! There you go, charismatics. The rest of them are ignoring it. Pope Francis has spoken out against the use of tarot, blah, blah, blah. Actually,
go to the recent years, the next paragraph there.
Yeah. In recent years, there has been concern that some Christians are even advocating for or using tarot themselves. Some use cards that have a similar look to tarot but contain scriptures or Bible stories, such as the Jesus deck. Nice. And go to New Age festivals to minister to people there. This has generated concern, but the practitioners say they are not trying to predict the future, but instead evangelize about Jesus to New Age people in a way that interests them. Quote, "The cards we use are our own and are not tarot nor remotely similar to tarot," said Ken and Jenny Hodge in a letter to Bethel Church that followed criticism of their association. Quote, "We know tarot cards are very dangerous and highly discourage it. What might be missing for a younger generation that has little contact with Christianity is a clear explanation of why it's a bad idea to engage in tarot. Is the only reason that the Bible says not to, and that we should trust in God more? Can we give a more detailed explanation and warning that millennials would listen to and understand? For example, there are many former spiritualists and New Agers who can tell their personal stories of the dangers. However it happens, talking about it rather than avoiding it seems to be essential." I find this to be an ironic end to the article, considering they're just complaining that nobody's talking about why it's a bad idea. And they had the perfect opportunity to actually take their own advice and put it out there. So, yeah, I also find it kind of funny that they're talking to millennials who are approaching 40 when Gen Z are like the main people doing tarot on TikTok and Instagram and things like that. But okay, I guess whatever boomer wrote this article can't get away from the millennial thing.
You know what?
Heather Tomlinson.
What got me all triggered was at the bottom. It says what might be missing for a younger generation that has little contact with Christianity is a clear explanation of why it's a bad idea. It's because channels like Facelikethesun and Canary Cry Radio and Canary Cry News Talk get suppressed. That's why.
Yeah, right.
And we're not alone. There are tons of videos that came out over the years about why tarot is bad from a Christian perspective. A whole decade probably of content if you really look for it. But the algos aren't going to help you find that content.
No. The pro tarot on TikTok is... Now, this is pretty interesting, actually, because I have come across this before on social media. And I don't know if I read the article they mentioned, but I believe I remember this door woman who advocates for tarot as, just like a self-helpy type of thing. She doesn't necessarily believe that it's psychic or that it has any supernatural power, but that it's just like an opportunity to think about whatever comes up and more of a way to like let your subconscious tell you what's wrong in your life or what you need to change or whatever. So that's a big part of it, I think, is it's that explicit sort of detachment from the supernatural that has given it such a, alluring quality for the generations now who are pretty obsessed with, self-help and things like that.
Sounds like an excuse.
I think that they truly believe that. From what I've seen, I've seen lots of this. I'm not saying it makes it better, but I mean, they just, they want to do it because it's fun or whatever. And they in the tarot community, it's all about the art, There's artists, popular artists will do tarot decks and sell a bunch of them just because people like their art or whatever. So it's become a bit of that. And also, they just don't believe in supernatural stuff, but it's trendy to do witchy things, as has been reported on this show and other places, that witchcraft and witchiness is very popular aesthetic now on the social media. And hey, kids are gonna kid,
What was the I'm trying to remember there was a video I made about the Enneagram. That's what it was called. Enneagram. It's very similar, right? It's kind of like New Agey, but then the church people use it and they're like, we're not really assigning any spiritual meaning behind it, but it helps us with our personality profile or whatever it is.
It's not inherently supernatural, the Enneagram. It's just like the Myers-Briggs or any other personality test. You just take a little test and then there's different types. The one thing about the Enneagram that people get sort of triggered on the occult stuff is that there's this geometry like logo for it.
I made a video a few years ago about it, and I think there was some like the founder or something channeled stuff. There's like all this new age background.
I had not heard that.
Yeah, and there's connections to the Council of
the
Nine.
little geometry logo thing was enough for a lot of people.
Yeah, I laid out, and I can't remember all the specifics, but I did lay out all the info there. But, can't find it on YouTube because I'm a bad person, and I shouldn't be producing content that tells lies according to the mainstream people like YouTube. Okay, I have a couple. I got one more story here, but before I do, I just found this and I thought I'd throw it in there.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
I was kind of roaming around the Christian Post and I found this and I thought it was interesting. A new UN sculpture resembles end times beast described in Revelation, and I'm not going to even read it because I'm looking at the image here, and I will read the scripture, Revelation 13. I saw a beast, which was like a leopard, with the feet of a bear and the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave the beast his power and thrones of great authority. And that's kind of what it looks like. And then Daniel 7 talks about the wings of an eagle, things like that. So it definitely looks like the beast out of Revelation. There's like a hybrid beast here. It's like a leopard bear-ish look with a tail.
Yeah, I saw this as well, and somebody mentioned it to me on Twitter, and I mentioned back that not this exact one, but it looks like it was made by the same artist, and took the exact same form and sort of style of this one. And for those who are just listening, it's like got the head of a jaguar, it's got wings, it's got maybe a snake tail or something. It's a little chimera creature, big statue, and it's got kind of very colorful designs on it, kind of a little bit of a Latin American vibe, type of thing. And I found one of these exact things. It wasn't the exact one, but very similar. At Burning Man, at one of the boots on the ground Burning Man trips that I did, they had one out there. So yeah, there's definitely a theme running through this sucker.
And this was on display at the, it's called, quote, A Guardian for International Peace and Security, and it sits on the Visitors Plaza outside UN headquarters. The Guardian is a fusion of jaguar and eagle and donated by the government of Oaxaca, Mexico. Created by Oaxaca. Created by artist Jacobo and Maria Angeles. So there you go. Yeah, interesting little thing there. All right, I just kind of threw in a little audible, but our last story is actually about deep fakes.
We are in deep fake.
And this is news.com.au. Deepfake video of Jacinda Ardern smoking crack highlights sinister technology. Did you hear about this?
No.
Okay. Says here, when a video purporting to show New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern smoking drugs surfaced on social media in recent months, experts quickly dismissed it as a fake. The video, which was viewed and shared thousands of times, showed a woman smoking from what appeared to be a crack pipe. The PM's face had been superimposed using artificial intelligence, but the video created for YouTube was convincing enough to the many who shared it. It was the latest example of how disturbingly authentic-looking videos can blur the lines between reality and fantasy. Experts say videos like it created with the use of deepfake technology are becoming so sophisticated that soon it will be, quote, almost impossible to detect a fake picture or video with the naked eye.
Wow, again, the media is catching up to something we've been talking about for years.
They say its uses will expand to identity theft, sexual exploitation, reputational damage and harassment, quote, military deception, and, quote, the erosion of trust in institutions and fair election processes. That's been the thing. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute's latest report on the technology, titled Weaponized Deepfakes, takes a deep dive into where the problem is heading. Quote, deepfakes will pose the most risk when combined with other technologies and social trends. They'll enhance cyber attacks, accelerate the spread of propaganda and disinformation accelerate the spread of propaganda and disinformation online, and exacerbate declining trust in democratic institutions, the report reads. The authors say the, quote, Russian model of disinformation, the sharing of large amounts of propaganda, will benefit most in coming years. Quote, online propaganda is already a significant problem, especially for democracies, but deepfakes will lower the cost of engaging information warfare at scale and broaden the range of actors able to engage in it, the report reads. Kind of like the internet did. Mm-hmm. Quote, today, propaganda is largely generated by humans, such as China's 50 centers and Russian troll farm operators. However, improvements in deepfake technology, especially text generation tools, could help take humans, quote, out of the loop. Quote, the key reason for this isn't that deepfakes are more authentic than human-generated content, but rather that they can produce good enough content faster and more economically than current models for information warfare. This, quote, deepfake technology will be a particular value add to the so-called Russian model of propaganda, which emphasizes volume and rapidity of disinformation over plausibility and consistency in order to overwhelm, disorient, and divide a target. It goes on. Australia's e-safety commissioner, dedicated to keeping Australians safe online, notes in its position statement on deepfakes that, quote, advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning have taken the technology even further, allowing it to rapidly generate content that is extremely realistic, almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, and difficult to debunk. Indeed, the field is evolving so rapidly that deepfake content can be generated without the need of any human supervision at all, using what is called recycled generative adversarial networks. Deepfakes have the potential to cause significant harm. To date, they've been used to create fake news, fake pornographic videos, and malicious hoaxes, usually targeting well-known people such as politicians and celebrities. Potentially, deepfakes can be used as a blah, blah, blah. We already read that. The position statement noted that deepfakes include the, quote, heightened potential for fraud, propaganda, disinformation. Okay, they're just saying the same thing over and over again. I think we get the point here. Yeah. But I just thought it was funny that what sparked this little article was a deepfake of Jacinda Ardern, the not so liked. What is she considered? She considered the president or prime minister of.
Considered. She's the prime minister of New Zealand.
New Zealand. There you go.
I think this is hilarious. We did not bring it to the show, but one thing that did not make the show last week was. New Zealand, thanks to Jacinda here, is employing a very aggressive strategy to ban cigarettes in New Zealand altogether.
Right.
So they're hoping by like 2025, cigarettes will be completely banned and there will be no cigarettes in New Zealand, which of course there will be, and very rich criminals who figure out a way.
Black market will explode with tobacco.
Cigarettes in so I imagine this deep fake of her smoking crack is a response to her banning cigarettes.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and to that point, it seems again the trend is, with all this mandatory vaccine and everything else, is some kind of biological divide and conquer, where you have people that are going to go with the program, and that means no more smoking. I'm not saying smoking's good. It's probably not good for your health, but, government mandated no more smoking. But along those same lines, hey, if you're going to get the non-smoking thing going, then also why don't you go ahead and get this other jab that's supposed to make you live longer? And we're at Revelation 9:5, 9:6, people seeking death but not finding it. So.
Okay, wrapped it all up in a nice little bow.
There you go. It's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
Exactly. And it'll come together even more on Wednesday, folks. We'll be back on Wednesday, December 15th for the next episode. I think it's fair to say, Gonz, after this week, as we move into the last 2 weeks of the year, starting on like the 21st or so.
Yeah.
Shows will probably be a little spotty for the end of the year. Just letting you guys know now. Let's see. Friday the 24th will be Christmas Eve. Yeah, so things will be a little spotty for the last couple of weeks. But we'll be trying to do as much show as possible. But we know you will understand and give us grace during the holiday season as we try to navigate it as well as we possibly can. But remember, like I said, we'll be back this Wednesday, the 15th. So be here, folks. And we will need some producers for that episode. If you're out there and you haven't become a producer of the show yet, please consider it. What kind of value do you get out of what we do here? And, well, whatever that is, try to put some value back into the system. It's feels good to take some ownership, to take some responsibility for your own media future. And we could really use the help in the last couple of weeks of the year here before we get started on 2022. So pray about it, think about it, and put your own number on it. And please consider becoming a producer of the show. And I do want to thank the producers of this episode 422, starting with some calendar producers, Julieta S. and Stephen H. and John Connor. And also, of course, thank you so much to Dame Lynn, Lady of the Lakes, Gail M., Tito, Morv, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, JC, Sir Salmon's Knight of the Fishes, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, Heather S., Palmer B., Dr. Who Done Dat, Child of God, Veronica D., Jackie U., Armanda P., and Runk Smash. And, of course, thank you to our Patreon producers, Stephen H., and Say No to Soylent Green Eggs and Ham OG. Thank you very much. Okie dokie. But remember, you can produce the show in all sorts of ways. If you're a creative person or a musician or something like that, whatever you do, no matter your skill level. Well, it's a small matter of skill level, but we're very gracious when it comes to skill level. Go ahead and send in some creative work. Create some visual art or some graphic art, whatever your medium is. You can even create songs and jingles and whatever your thing is. Send it on in to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com if you like to keep it sneaky. And remember to go to CanaryCryMeetups.com. Find a meetup near you. If there is not one, go ahead, start one yourself. It's easy peasy, baby. And you can find some Canarians around you. It's a good group to find in your area. Remember to leave ratings and reviews. Come on now. Ratings and reviews, folks. I'll be reading ratings and reviews on Friday, and it's super helpful when we get reviews and ratings on Apple Podcasts. If you have any Apple device, you got Apple Podcasts. Just search for Apple Podcasts on your device. It's a little purple icon. Click on that. Search for Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe and leave a rating and a review. I am praying that some listeners and producers are engaged and enthused enough to leave ratings and reviews. We're really trying to do one last big push before the end of the year. And that's because when we receive ratings and reviews, about 5 or more a week, then the algorithms kick into high gear, baby, and share the show with people who have never heard it before. So you can certainly be a huge help if you leave ratings and reviews. Yes?
Can I just jump in real quick and
Please.
And maybe we'll mention this more often as time goes on. Audible. You can find Canary Cry News Talk on Audible.
Oh,
for those of you using Audible, and you can leave a rating and a review there too. We only have 5 ratings. They're all 5 stars out of 5 stars, but there are people that have left written reviews there as well back in March and then July and then August. Cool. If you are a user of the app Audible, look for Canary Cry News Talk and think about leaving us a review there too. I don't know what the algos are like there, but it seems like there are some people that are producers that listen to the show there. So just another option.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I'm not having it show up for me there, but I trust you and I believe you.
Oh. I have it here pulled up, so I don't know if maybe there's a special tab.
Like I said. And Spotify, you don't leave ratings and reviews, but you can subscribe to the show. And with Spotify, their algorithms are all subscription based. So if you follow the show, then that will help people find it. Yes, so you can do that. But you can also just share the show. Share it with your friends and family. Share it on your social media. Don't worry if you don't have a lot of followers or whatever. Again, it's all about those pesky little algorithms that just need to be tricked into sharing the show with other people. And the more you share it on social media, copy, paste links, things like that, the more that will help us. So please go ahead and share it. You can also just share it with your friends and family. If you got people who are sort of waking up to the fact that the world is not what it seems and that they're being lied to by, corporate legacy media that's only interested in progressing the profit earnings of themselves and their corporate sponsors, but also the agendas and ideologies of their lizard overlords. They could probably use a breath of fresh air and listen to Canary Cry News Talk. But, lots of people, they're a little bit more creative in the way they like to share the show. Some people, they just go against the grain a bit. They don't want to just share the show on social media and leave reviews and things like that, but they want to do more. They want to do as much as they can, and they feel called. They feel a destiny to help spread the show. And one thing they could do, not saying they have to do this, but they certainly could do this. I mean, we heard about the Christians that would make the Jesus deck, Jesus deck of cards, and go to New Age festivals and try to, convert or save the New Agers with their Jesus deck of tarot cards. Well, have I got an idea for you? Somebody actually sent this email in here, and they suggested that other people try this. This is what they're doing. They went ahead and created their own deck of cards. It's not a tarot deck. It's called a Canary Cry Jesus pile. They didn't even use the word deck. It's just a Canary Cry Jesus pile. Pile of paper. It's a Canary Cry Jesus pile of paper. And it's got all sorts of fun stuff on it. And they bring that Canary Cry Jesus pile of paper. They don't bring it to new agey things. They actually, they mostly have been bringing it to conventions.
What kind?
Yeah, they've been let me pull up the email here. Kind of hard to find. Yes, they've been bringing it to fax machine and copy paper conventions. Weird. This seems like a weird choice to me. I wouldn't think that people who are so into fax machines and copy paper would need this type of evangelism strategy, but they love reams of paper, and that's basically what this is. It's the Canary Cry Jesus pile of paper. It's just a big pile of printer paper that has the words CanaryCry.Newstalk.com or CanaryCry.Party printed on every single sheet, and they go and they give out samples. And these fax machine and printer paper enthusiasts, they'll take any old piece of paper that's handed to them at a convention. It's actually part of the culture. You collect as many little pieces of paper as you possibly can, and they hang them around their necks. They string them, and they hang them around their necks to show off just how much power and vitality that they gain from fax and printer paper. And when you go to those conventions, pass out the Canary Cry Jesus pile of paper, and suddenly that fax machine and copy paper convention will turn into a legacy corporate media analysis and deconstruction Canary Cry meetup, baby. It's a good way to go. But you don't have to do it this way. There's plenty of other ways to do it. This is just one example of what somebody was doing. But if you need any other instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Ask Noah. Gonz, got any last words?
No last words from me, but maybe from Cody. Cody, what do you got? Nothing?
Deep.
Anything?
Come on, dog.
Come on.
Do your job.
Come on, dog.
Come on, dog. All right. Well, he sure is old. He looks like a very old man. And we love that about you, Cody. And that's Codageddon the World Eater to you, Gonz.
That's right. I gotta let the wife know. Hold on. Codageddon the World Eater.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
You said World Getter?
World Eater.
World Eater. Got it.
Consumer. Consumer of worlds.
I see. Got it.
The ancient one.
Got it.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
We're all gonna die.
I'll keep you warm and safe and my people too.
States of America, for God's sake.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Pay them more.
It's a bodega. Don't get me started.
Armageddon's on the way. We will hunt you down and make you pay. Give me a break.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. Darkness covered the face of the deep. As the Spirit of God hovered over the waters, he said, "Let there be light," and it was so. God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. Then God said, "Let us make man in our own image, after our own likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, over the livestock, and over all the earth, and everything that moves on it." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created all mankind. Male and female, he created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over it, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. The Lord God had planted a garden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Out of the ground the Lord God made to spring up every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life was in the midst of the garden, and also the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden to be its keeper. The Lord said, commanding the man, "You may eat of any tree in this garden, but the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you do eat of it, you will surely die." Then the Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make a companion fit for him." So God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man. And while he slept, the Lord took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. The rib that the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. The man said, "At last, bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother, and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become as one flesh." Both The man and his wife were naked in the garden, and they knew no shame.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Circle back, but I'll have to circle back. Circle back, but I'll have to circle back. Circle back, but I'll have to circle back. I'm happy to circle back. I'll have to just circle back with you. We can circle back on that one. Circle back with you. It's an interesting question, but we'll circle back.
Don't even get me started on bidets, man. Bidets, man. Bidets, man. I'm telling you, you were living the life, man. Bidets, man.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. Get vaccinated. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
Armageddon's on the way.
You in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
United States of America, for God's sake. We will hunt you down and make you pay. We need more.
Make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles. Everybody loves waffles.
Make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccinated.
You, we're all gonna die. You, in my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!